The vitiligo is very noticeable today. I mean, you get tan in the at the ballpark. That'll do it. I don't know how many people are going to jump on. Kind of an awkward time to do these, but I am legitimately tired, and I didn't want to be a fucking corpse coming on here doing these a bit later. So. I'll get to that in a bit. I want to wait for a few more people to file in here. That whole game felt like a fucking fever dream, didn't it? Like, that's just, maybe it's because I was there. But like, looking back on it, it's like, well, how the shit did that happen? I've gone back and watched the highlights. I mean, how it happened is that a bunch of guys threw pitches down the middle. I mean, it really is too bad that the Tigers played as bad as they did for those 2 weeks there, because we could view that as like such a huge moment for the team and such a huge moment for the organization. But they're so, I mean, they got a long ways to go before, I mean, I'm obviously going to care, but like, you look at this division, they're a distant fourth right now. I mean, you have two great teams, one very competitive team, and one team that is us. But it was, they needed that. They needed that. Obviously, am I going Tuesday? No, I will not be going to any of the Pittsburgh games. I don't know if it's like, who gives a shit? It's not like I don't know what it is exactly, but after a series like that, maybe it's just being out in the sun. Like, I'm very exhausted. So it's kind of, is what it is. No, not necessarily. I went to the Oakland series. We went 1-2 in the Oakland series. Will the internet ever let you get a girlfriend? The comments were brutal in the past. That girl, yeah. I don't know. The one thing that I was told after leaving Barstool was that after a while, like, they kind of move on to other things. And to the credit of the people that work there, no, my name hasn't been brought up. They haven't, like, not that I expected this, but like, they haven't shit talked me or done segments on me or anything. So it's like, in that way, it's in the past. The fans seem to be having trouble moving on. For sure. Was today's game better than the combined no-hitter? I'm going to say no, because I still came away from today's game very concerned about the pitching and very concerned about the bullpen. And just like, that's a great win, and that's 3 wins in a row, right? You take it. But internally, I'm trying to say, okay, what I want to see something from this team that makes me go, okay, they can get on a run here, and maybe make a push for this division, or maybe a push for the wild card. And even though they've won 3 games in a row, sometimes the pitching holds up and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes the hitting looks better and the pitching falls apart. Like, the way that they won that game today, you're not going to win many games like that throughout the season. And I have some concerns about the regression with the pitching staff. Isolated on its own, it's a very fun game. It's a great win. But no hitters are more rare. And that was a fun one to go to. No, I haven't heard anything about it. I believe he will be in line to to pitch on Tuesday. Yes, he's due against Jared Jones, who's good. And then we got to face Skeens Flaherty on Wednesday. It should be a pretty good matchup. So I haven't heard anything. Finger blisters scare me. Those things can be very lingering. So hopefully, he's okay. And, it's one of those things that doesn't last a long time, but sometimes they have a tendency to do that. It is weird. I don't know if it's like this for other teams around the league. I'm kind of not crazy about having a day off on Memorial Day. I feel like Memorial Day, 4th of July, opening day, obviously, those are like, no, I want to put the kibosh on this. No, absolutely not. There was nothing like that. She is a content creator for the Tigers. I consider myself a content creator for the Tigers. There was nothing of the sort. You guys run with shit, don't you? Did you watch Shane's new show, Tires, and how did you feel about seeing the Batman to your Joker, Francis, on an episode? Okay. No, I have not watched the show. I love Shane Gillis. I could see myself getting around to it at some point. If you guys know me, you know that I don't watch a ton of television, even streaming stuff as it is. As far as Francis, I mean, it's not surprising. I know that he knows Shane and Francis. Look, throughout the entire process, everything that happened, the one thing I never said was that Francis was untalented. In fact, I think I even remember saying, in terms of the blog line, I find him and probably KB to be the best writers on the site. So no, I mean, it's, he's a talented guy. He's a funny guy. He networks well. He presents himself well. And, really, it would be completely exhausting if I spent the rest of my life, resenting him, because the fact is he's probably only going to get more successful, and that's not going to end well for me. Right. It is silly to wait on, the downfall of people. All right. So I've actually talked about some of this, but let's, and here's what I'm going to do. And I trust that he'll do the same. I want to definitely keep this above the belt, so to speak, in the sense that, me and him have known each other a long time, and I solely want to talk about the stuff that has been made public on social media. I think I still do consider him a friend. And so the only things I'm going to talk about are things that have been shared publicly. I have no intention of sharing private messages, anything like that, ever. This is somebody I've known for 7 years. He's confided in me. I've confided in him. I feel like, just as basic human nature, that's just a normal thing to do. So because of that, there are some details I have to leave out. A few weeks ago, I was answering a question on here, at which point I took a tangent and discussed how I don't like it when I feel like people owe me things. Or I'm sorry, I don't like it when people say that I owe them something. And that is, I don't want to reveal the details of the conversation, but that is similar to a conversation that Justin and I had with each other the day before. Maybe it was 2 days before, but it was roughly around that time. And I made a comment, basically where I said, I don't feel like I owe anybody anything. And I'm just quoting / paraphrasing what I said here. I'm talented. I don't know if I said shut the fuck up. Probably it seems like something I would say. And then at which point I said, I'm sorry if you failed in media. So Justin and multiple other people, some I think have revealed themselves, some haven't, took a lot of offense to that. And it's tough. Look, here's the thing, and it's a lot to dissect here. I think you guys know and have seen that, especially on these live streams, I have not always been in the best mood and the best place. I've been in a very, very bitter place lately. And what I've been trying to do over the last year or so, and maybe mainly the last several months, is stand up for myself in certain ways. Regardless of what happens here, I'm going to stand by the belief that I am talented. The problem with me is that I'm very extreme on different ends of the spectrum. No pun intended there. I am either self-loathing to an insane degree, or I am arrogant to an insane degree. And in that particular instance, you guys saw an incredible amount of arrogance on my part. In general, I still stand by the belief, and this is not just me either. I don't think that I owe things to people. That's just a fundamental disagreement that I have with some people. That's fine. And it's not just me either. I don't believe that there's any content creator, newspaper writer, blogger, what have you. The only thing you owe is to yourself and to the people that you provide for. Now, I'm fortunate, I guess that's a weird way to put it, in the sense that I don't have a family or a girlfriend or anything to provide for. So my main character in my story is going to be me. But this happened, I think, May 8th. I did, if you guys have been watching these streams, know that I addressed those comments, I think, May 14th, May 15th. I knew that it would come back around. And again, without going into private conversations, I mean, he tweeted about it today, so I don't feel uncomfortable doing this. I really upset him. I made him mad. And it seems as though I've lost a friend. And it's something I've talked about with you guys for a while, where I don't think that inherently I'm a bad person, but I think over the last year and a half or so, I keep doing things, putting my foot in my mouth, saying dumb things that probably make me look that way. I've reached out to Justin to apologize. I've reached out to Adam to apologize. I'm only bringing his name because he was included in the tweets today, and he's responded to a few of them. It did not go over particularly well. I think you guys know, and probably this is a detriment of mine that you do know this, I have a lot of work to do on myself, obviously. And I really hate that this is happening with, and that I greatly upset somebody and hurt somebody that I've known for almost 7 calendar years. So it's not going to change how they feel about the situation, I would imagine. But all I can kind of do is say sorry, which I've done privately and I'll do publicly. I think if you watch these streams, it's not to make an excuse necessarily, but these streams are very open and free flowing, and they often have a tendency to ramble on, as I'm kind of doing right now. And you end up pulling a lot of stuff out of your ass and saying things that you don't mean. It doesn't mean you can undo it. It doesn't mean it's going to change how they feel about you. Let me just say one other thing too, because he's tweet about it, and I've gotten texts about it. I want to make sure that you guys know this. Okay. I have my quibbles and my issues with the handling of certain things, but I am more than aware that my Barstool tenure will go down as a significant flop at best and complete failure at worst. Okay. I know that people have tweeted about it. When I run into people in public, I can tell that they're afraid to bring it up because they're nice people and they don't want to embarrass me. I'm aware that I embarrassed not just myself, but a lot of people who really believed in me. And there were multiple steps to it, whether you say rehab, other shit like that. You guys saw me for about a year on these streams and really in my content in general, completely meltdown. It's one of my worst qualities, which is that I just can't get off the mat sometimes. And regardless of what I do in the future, like I'm always going to regret that. I'm always going to regret that. I use self-sabotage, but it was just destruction. It was regular sabotage to get in the way of the good thing that I had. Because for a while there, the people there did treat me really well. And for a while there, I did really love it. And it went the way it did because of me. And I got to own it, man. I mean, I've talked about it here a million times, and people tell you to stop talking about it, stop thinking about it. I kind of can't. It's very difficult for me to like cease thinking about it or talking about it when it was such a big part of your life. So I don't know what his plans are exactly. The one thing, one of the things about Justin that I know about his show, having done it many times, is that he's going to come prepared. So, it's not going to be a good look for me. And as has been the case a bunch of times over the last year, you know, it's going to be another L that I'm going to have to accept and move on from. But that's the grave you dig for yourself sometimes. I wish I was different because I don't believe that I like go into things trying to hurt people or say things to hurt people, but I do. And so, you know, I don't know. I know that over the last, I forget the last year, I keep saying that over the last year, I know that my entire time creating content, I've had a lot of people in my corner. I also know that in that same time span, a lot of the people that were in my corner have left or given up or just said that it's not worth it. And that's understandable, dude. I mean, in fairness to myself, I have said a million times on here, I am a very difficult person to be friends with because I'm abrasive as fuck. And I have a tendency to be very bitter. And I don't always say what I mean. I don't always mean what I say. My favorite thing, and I know I'm rambling on about it now, but whatever, it's up here. My favorite thing about what I did for so long was that it felt like I had a ton of support. And it's not to say that I don't feel like that now, but I know I've lost a lot of it. You know? And I wish I could be like, oh, I lost a lot of it because this person did me wrong or this person fucked me over or this, but like, oh, they just tweeted. All right. Yeah, it's a tough thing because I've never, Pat, viewed myself as a collective. I guess maybe my definition of it is different. I've always viewed a narcissist as somebody who doesn't care about other people. I think in general, I'm a relatively empathetic guy. But yeah, I mean, again, it's not from a public perception standpoint, it's not going to fix anything. Right. But like, I never feel like I'm right. And I always want to try to get myself right. I'm thinking about ways to get right. And I understand completely. Maybe I didn't for a while, but I do with now why that comes across very narcissistic. I think people close to me can attest to the fact that, I do reach out and I do care about them. But whatever, what matters, right, is public perception, right? I mean, I don't, Paul, but I also acknowledge that there's a lot of peaks and valleys and ebbs and flows to this stuff. I mean, there's been people who, and forget where I worked before, but in terms of just I've seen content creators go through moments where it seemed like they were down and they found their way back up. I wish I could fast forward like 2-3 months into the future and see where things go, because I do still think that like the spiral is relatively continuous, and I do think there will be an end to it at some point. In terms of the content in general, like I think the videos are fine, what was the response to your apology? I'm going to keep that confidential because I don't I don't want to reveal what was said privately. I think you have to acknowledge that the ceiling of making a living as a Detroit Tigers only content creator is relatively. Yeah, and I am trying to expand. I think you're right with that. If you're right, you're correct on that. If the sole goal is to make it independent, because there is a small market with that. I mean, I understand there's exceptions, like John Boy guys started out as Yankees, but John Boys, that's 1 in a million, and those guys found a niche that like I would never claim to have been close to a finding. So it is different. I think what I need is, can I be honest with you, dude? In an ideal world, I would take like, I don't know, several months off, step away from it, deal with myself, talk to people that I need to talk to, and just, instead of trying to balance stuff, I feel like I'm balancing things or trying to. But you can't do that. The world's not going to stop for you. I took my break when I went to rehab, and that was kind of a minute ago. Like that was so. For the time being, you just kind of have to balance it. My perception is that your brain. Sorry, I was reading this. Hard work. I think it's a mixture of both. I think that one of the things about Barstool that is great is exposure. So I think that regardless of whether you succeed there or not, whether you succeed there or not, it doesn't. You're going to get like brand exposure. It doesn't really matter. I'm not going to bring that because he's not here to defend himself, and I'm not like. One thing that has always been true for the most part with me and him is that there's an open line of communication. So anything I wanted to say or needed to say, I've probably already said. Well, I mean, his perspective would be that I was being a crappy friend by saying what I said. I mean, it's chicken or the egg thing, like who started it. It's something that had been brought up to me before, honestly, and they probably won't believe me, whatever. I was more so referring to hacks because I've gotten multiple messages like that before, and I just disagree with it. It was, I don't even remember at what point in the live stream that was said. Not that it really matters. But I did not specifically have anyone in mind at the moment. No. Switch topics for a second. Thoughts on the Guards' 9-game winning streak, crazy low ranking. They were the one team that I thought I ranked too low. Even when I ranked them, I thought I ranked them too low. Now, I didn't expect them not to lose ever. They are 35, and maybe this was before they went to. They're 35-17. Are they 36-17 now? That is insane. Because I'm willing to venture the average fan couldn't name 5 of their players. Vibes high today. Asked me in a few hours. I mean, I'm gonna crash. I mean, I'm fucking tired. But it's whatever. Based on what he tweeted, it looks like it'll be a Twitter Spaces. So, which probably, I mean, works better. I mean, it's totally up to him what works better, but for convenience sake, it's easier. Yeah. Yeah. And there was, and I knew that this was coming. There was a moment where it's like, do I jump in? Do I not jump in? I mean, I think it's a weaker look to not jump in. And also, just for convenience sake, I feel like it would be very annoying if it was like, he said this, now I'm going to respond on a live stream. Now he's going to respond on a tweet. Now I like, just handle it. Like face to face. Yeah, I mean, he knows. You guys are acting like it's a fucking heavyweight fight. Yes, I am. But in fairness, I remember talking about this with somebody. In fairness, nothing can ever be worse than the Francis Day. Like that was that's the thing. Like I understand I really do understand the narcissism accusations, but when you are chronically online and you can scroll and it's tweet after tweet after tweet about you, you get an inflated sense of worth because you feel way more important than you are. That day it was fucking everywhere. No, I went to his place for it. Yeah, that's a thing. We got a picture of him, and Anthony Broom right there. It's probably always my back is usually to it, so people can't see it. But I've had it up there for I don't know. That was November, maybe October 2022. It's been up there for as long as the other ones were up there. You know what, man? That's not true. At this point, especially, I'm not going to act like I have a lot of shame. But I could never see myself doing that just because you're playing your audience so much. Like, I feel like that's something that would have the potential to backfire more than anything. No, and I won't, and I don't think he will either. I mean, I've known him long enough, and even if I haven't been in the crosshairs, I've seen him be angry at people, and there is a certain like journalistic respect that he has, in that sense. What offer would I give Soto in the offseason? Man, people have talked about the deferred money thing with Ohtani, and that's obviously that's obviously a thing, but like, is that going to exist for future contracts too? Do I think he's mad enough to expose personal stuff about me? I don't know. Tigers are 16th in runs, 14 runs allowed. As weird as it sounds, Griffin, run differential and runs scored and even runs allowed can bizarrely be deceiving, because I swear we're probably 14th in runs off the backs of like 3 games. Today's game, the Arizona 13-0 game, so 4 games, the Cleveland game where I think we scored 11, and the what's the other one? The St. Louis one where I think we scored 11. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Yes, the difference is I'd prefer to kind of move on. How would I rank today's game for best games I've been to? Ask me, it sounds bizarre, but like ask me at the end of the year, because it could just be a random anomaly. It's the wildest Tiger game that I've ever been to. And therefore probably the weirdest. If you would have told me that in 2016 or 2015 we would have had a game like this, I'd have been like, okay, that kind of makes sense. Maybe we had a bad pitcher on the mound. That offense could be kind of explosive. But the idea that this team, which is, I mean, they won yesterday's game 2-1, pitches their worst game of the year and somehow wins. I've said from the beginning, the identity of this team is they're not going to win games where they don't pitch well. And I have been correct about that every single game except for this game. Why was it well, that's why, because it felt like I was watching a different team. Is there somebody other? You see Kikuchi is one of those pitchers. You look at his baseball reference page, the guy's had good seasons. Like, he has. And yet I have never seen that dude pitch well. He has always pitched like crap when I watch him. I feel like you were watching a different team. Often both. I don't know. Somebody pointed out after his last start that his stuff plus in each of his last 4 or 5 outings had been down substantially. As bad as he was in the Kansas City start, I've seen great pitchers once, twice a year get popped like that. And it's just kind of unexplainable. Today was actually more concerning to me. No strikeouts and just the complete inability to put guys away. I think that what we've come to learn with Mize is, of course, the splitter is important. Like, we knew that when we got him. But that is his only put-away pitch. Like, with Skubal, I have seen him strike guys out with fastballs, changeup, sliders, occasional curveball. If Mize doesn't have swing and miss stuff on that splitter, he has nothing that he can strike guys out with. And I know that the Blue Jays have had their struggles this year, but you look at, Guerrero and Bichette and Justin Turner and these guys, those are professional hitters, and they know when a guy's got his stuff working and when a guy doesn't. So, that was, in terms of what you do, I mean, you got to talk to him. I don't really think that, like, mechanically or physically there's any issue. But it's surprising because how he's looked the last 2 starts is kind of how I thought he'd look in the early part of the campaign. And for the most part, his first 7, 8 starts, I was generally quite happy with what we saw. Like, he had a 3.5 ERA, I think, through X number of starts. And I thought, and I thought he looked fine. I've accepted he's not, nor will he ever be a, ace, a 2 ERA guy, but 3.5, I'm like, okay, that works. It's just the missing bats is just, or not missing bats, is bizarre. You need Funkhauser back, played a few. Kyle Funkhauser, did he ever get, I think he went to the Rangers organization. Did he ever get another chance also? He's scheduled to start Tuesday, so. Yeah, this is a tangent. I haven't watched that new South Park special yet. In fact, I haven't really seen any of those just because I don't have Paramount Plus. But that clip of the drug for people to stop caring about their weight and calling it the Lizzo. Okay, first of all, it's a funny bit, but it speaks to South Park's ability to take stuff that is so fucking juvenile and make it insanely funny. And at the end of that clip, when it's like one of the side effects is shitting out of your ears, and then it shows an actual guy just shitting out of his ears, made me laugh very hard. Did I watch Tires yet? No, I haven't. I talked about that a little bit earlier. I'm aware of who's in it. I've heard good things. In general, I don't watch a ton of TV as it is. Yeah, I'm just thinking. The White Sox almost got no hit today. They got 1 hit. That was a big Mets with a walk-off win. Okay. I'm guessing their manager is going to get fired at the end of the year. I'm going to have to think. Maybe there was one recently that came to mind of a managerial position that is less appealing than what the current iteration of the Chicago White Sox will be. Now, one that's close was the Tigers post-Osmus, because we interviewed Cora and we interviewed a few other people, and I swear to God, we gave it to Gardenhire because he was the only one who was going to take it. But, yeah, the White Sox, at least the Tigers at the time, I mean, it's not much. They controlled the number one pick at that time. The White Sox are, you have the obvious second most popular team in the city, yada yada yada. But they have no farm system. They have no players that you can really hang your hat on in terms of, hey, the future's bright. You don't even have the benefit of playing in some great park. And I'm not saying they're, what's it? Is it Guilfoyle? Is some elite manager, but that's one of those instances where, like, I almost have to give him an incomplete just because that team stinks. How concerned am I with the bullpen? Good question. All right. Am I concerned that the bullpen that we've got in the last 2 weeks is the bullpen we're going to get all the way through September? No. What I am concerned about, and in a way, Jason Foley, who I like, reflects kind of the entire issue with the bullpen. They're capable of executing their pitches. There's not many people here who are capable of consistently striking guys out. Foley throws hard, but he's a ground ball machine, which more often than not in his time here has been pretty effective. Vest's Ks per nine are down. Wentz ain't really much of a fireball or swing and miss guy. Miller's out. It's why, while I totally understood the Alex Lang decision, I've said this before, and this is coming from somebody who really does like Jason Foley. In an ideal world, Alex Lang is this team's high leverage reliever, because that means he's throwing strikes, and when he throws strikes, he has the best swing and miss stuff of anyone in the bullpen. Now, he's not here, and to be honest, thank God they didn't use him today, right? Like, that probably not, given the way everybody else pitched, probably wouldn't have gone very well. But I do have concerns about that. Now, there was a point I want to say last year where that happened too, where you saw some guys regress, and I want to say that Lang and Foley and Holton and some guys had good like last months of the season. I do think last season, as exciting as it was seeing some of those guys come together, I do think Holton was out of his mind like all year, and the book wasn't really out on him. Foley was out of his mind all year. I guess you probably got some overachieving. Thing is, man, bullpens are very, very fragile. They are. And they're remarkably unpredictable. There was that year in 2017 where it was the year where Cleveland won 22 games in a row, where the Guardians, or the Indians at the time, they had the back end of that pen that was humming. I mean, you had Andrew Miller at his peak. You had Cody Allen. You had Brian Shaw. You had Dan Otero. There's some other people I'm pretty sure I'm leaving out. And the next season, despite the fact that they kept everyone stayed except for Shaw, who left in free agency, they went from having the best bullpen ERA to the worst bullpen ERA. Well, how do you explain that? I mean, that's not a pitching coach thing; it's a player thing. They just fell off. So that's obviously a frustrating thing. Here's what's so weird about the Guardians, man, is in 2022, they were quite good. I mean, they almost made the ALCS. 2022, they were quite good. And I said, oh man, the Guardians are here to stay. They're going to be great next year, and they're going to roll. And I think I had them winning the division. And last year they underachieved. So that made me say, okay, I guess 2022 was a fluke, and 2023 was who they actually were. And now I look at this season, and I go, no, 2022 was who they actually were. 2023 was a fluke. I sang Terry Francona's praises, and I was all open about how I felt like he was the best manager in baseball for, even going back to Boston, probably a decade and a half. He did such a great job in Cleveland, such a great job in Boston. And while I stand by that, Cleveland is an organization that has an identity that they stick to. They always find pitching, and there's always those guys in their lineup that are just fucking pests, dude. I mean, J Ram's obviously the best of them. I think he's the most underappreciated, should be superstar of his generation. That's the thing. And that's what's weird is typically if Bieber was healthy and Cleveland was winning with dynamite starting pitching, I'd say, okay, that's, that makes sense. Bieber tearing up his elbow and them still continuing to kind of march forward and win the games they're winning. It's hard not to be impressed. I hate it because of what it's doing to my team, but, I've never been able to really find myself hating that team because I genuinely like the way they go about things. Something to be said about teams that are always overachieving, man. Yeah, Royals been great. I know it's the Royals. That one bothers me more, and I don't know. I mean, they have a good offense. Bobby Witt's incredible. I just have a hard time believing that like Seth Lugo is going to be Cy Young all year. Bobby Witt, you can make an argument, is one of the 5 to 10 best players in this game already. I liked him. The low walk rates concerned me at points last year. But he's fixed that. I mean, he is the definition of 5 tool. Royals were very smart to lock him up. That's probably going to end up being one of the most team-friendly contracts in the entire sport. The one that he's a wonderful player. He's had an amazing career. By all accounts, he handles himself well. Salvador Perez is the one that annoys me because Salvador Perez, I'm not even kidding you, over the last decade, when you look at guys who chase the most, who expand the zone the most, number 1 is Javi, and number 2 is Salvador Perez. If he's not number 2, he's top 5. That strikes me as a guy who is easily pitchable to. And yet, all he does is hit nukes, mainly against us, especially against us. But he keeps doing this, though. This is the 3rd or 4th year in a row where I keep waiting for him to fall off, and he doesn't. J.R.M. is a Hall of Famer, yes. I feel like they bought themselves some time today because Jake had 2 hits yesterday and Carson Kelly had the home run today. The lack of urgency when it comes to the catcher position for the Tigers is very bizarre to me. Because really, you could say the Tigers are an organization that's done well with their pitching over time, and and they have. But they've always had pretty good catchers. I mean, Freehan, Pudge. I'm not saying Alex Avila's in that category, but Avila was good. Now we have two, whatever. I need you to address your dogs being out like that in your Instagram pic. Oh, okay. So it's a combination of things, actually. Number one is I run in the morning, and I often with calluses, blisters, what have you. So I kind of like to have the feet out, just not anything on there because it might scrape them or chafe them a little bit. But secondly, in hot weather like that, maybe I just need to get better casual shoes. My feet sweat. So it was nice. The weather was perfect. I've rarely ever been a toes out type of guy, but this weekend I was. Vote easily early favorite for manager of the year. He's got to be. He was one of those guys. You got the impression. Look, I think there's a really good system around him. You got the impression that hire was going to work. He was beloved as a player. Good player. So, made multiple All-Star teams. Beloved in Oakland. But you always got the impression that he would do well as a manager. He signed on to a good situation. I'm surprised they're doing this well, but I'm not surprised that he is having success as a manager. I think personality-wise, and I'm not in that clubhouse, I think personality-wise with the way that they connect with their players, he is probably very similar to Terry Francona. So I think that their goal was to do something that it was to hire somebody that was similar in nature. When Mendoza, look, there's obviously a ton of problems with the New York Mets. In my time paying attention to baseball, I've seen a lot of Mets managers come and go, and most of them flame out, most of them get fired. There's been 1.5 where I'm like, that they had the right guy in mind. Because what you need for the New York Mets manager, I understand analytics and everything, but you need a guy who's going to acknowledge when the bullshit is bullshit. Now, in 2022, when the Mets were winning 100 games, Buck didn't have to acknowledge the bullshit because they kept winning. Last year, he was being very lenient and people got mad at him. That's why I meant, I know he's retired. Maybe Terry Collins is just the only guy who was ever meant to manage the New York Mets. Maybe that attitude and the way that he talked to the press, and he was a nice guy, but his intensity and the way that he dealt with his players. I know that there were a lot of negatives, but maybe that's just what they need. Because I swear to God, every other hire for them has been a fucking disaster. Have my Yankees moved up on your list in your mind? Absolutely. Obviously I'm impressed with the Guardians, impressed with the Royals. A lot of teams I'm impressed by. Phillies, of course. The Yankees were still early. And I 2 years ago, we were saying something similar about the Yankees as well because they got off to a hot start. But when you look at Yankees post 2009, while super team is a bit too much of an exaggeration, pretty much every year that they've lost in the playoffs, they've lost to a better team or a team that was more equipped to beat them. Detroit was equipped to beat them with the pitching they had. The Red Sox in 18 were better than they were. All those Astros teams were better than they were. I look at the American League right now, and while I really like the Orioles a lot, so far, this is best case scenario for the New York Yankees. Because the one thing coming into the season, the one thing I said was, hey, you had an 82-win ball club last year. And of course you get Soto, that's an improvement. But you are relying on Stanton and Rodon and Stroman and several other guys on that team to be reclamation projects, to basically revive themselves after really bad years a year ago. And they have. Rodon's been really good. Stanton has been a surprise. And then, of course, you have really probably the two best hitters in the world in your in your lineup. And what is the most impressive thing, I'm glad you brought that up, Matt Blake must just be a machine, because I really thought, my whole thing was, if they can tread water until Cole comes back and we get 2023 Garrett Cole back, then maybe the Yankees can make a run. But I did not expect the rotation to be this rock solid. You brought up Stroman. Yes, Stroman is going to fade. I feel like he usually does, but he's giving you everything he needs to right now. He stepped up. I mean, the pitching staff for them has been marvelous, and they've been obviously offensively carried by two future Hall of Famers. You know what's weird is Judge started kind of late. I think Judge's first full year, he was 25, because I think he's 32 right now. He's not at 300 home runs yet. And he's one of those, to me, Aaron Judge homers every fucking day. It shows how hard it is to get those counting numbers. Because the guy just crushes the ball. Where do I rank the Mariners in the AL? That's a really good question. I love their rotation. What'd they do today? Because I know J-Rod went deep again. Did they win or lose? They won. Love their rotation. I like their closer. They do have J.P. Crawford back, which should help, though his OPS is pretty low. Their offense is pitiful. I mean, that was a team that was surprising to me, the lack of moves that they made. Juan Soto has 174 home runs. How many do you think he'll end up with? He'll end up with over 500, because he's 26. He's got 15 years left. And you can DH him eventually. Pirates, I will say the Pirates are a year away every year until the end of time. Here's the thing with Pirates. They're not incapable of finding good players. I mean, look at what Paul Skeens has done. They're not incapable of finding pitchers. They're not incapable of finding guys who can slap the ball every so often. They are a prime example of a team similar to the Mets that I have zero faith will ever be good, because their ownership fucking sucks. Now, the Mets at least have had an owner that's shown the willingness to spend. I don't know if they've spent wisely. But that's one of those where I feel like the core of the apple is just rotten. And it sucks, because they've had some really good players there. They have a great fan base. They are a historic team. The Pittsburgh Pirates are, they're as baseball as it gets. And yet their offense sucks. And as much as I like Skeens, what else you got to add to that? I'm not sure. I haven't checked what their farm system looks like, but they're one of those teams, man, where it's, even if the farm system is good, I question their ability to develop players. Somebody brought up Henry Davis. Henry Davis is one of those, I feel like people barely even remembered him going 1-1. Brian Reynolds, yeah. No, that's the thing. They have nice players. They have pieces that, if you gave them a legitimate roster around them, could be key contributors to a good team, but they just don't give them a good team. Yeah, we got to face Jones and Skeens the next two games. So, that'll be kind of tough. It's a weird thing, because he's one of those guys who is good relative to, or who's bad relative to expectations. And in some ways it's expectations he set for himself with that monster year in 2021. He has not been the player that most people expected him to be. But he's still a good hitter. I guess he's just like closer to CJ Cron than he is to Paul Goldschmidt. Like MVP caliber Paul Goldschmidt, not this year's Paul Goldschmidt. O'Neal Cruz, another prime example of a guy who's got all the intangibles. Like, and I feel like with another organization, he'd be in a really good space. But you know, he's no Torkelson, but he's pretty good. It does, yeah, or at least top 10. That's what scares me, Kurt, is like that we become that. I got to see what the Harris era has in store before I can make that claim, but yeah. Fuck. Oh, God. I'd find... If he goes to the Guardians and hits... you know what the thing is, though? Their offense has been good. It's been their rotation that kind of needs to work. I mean, obviously, you're going to make that move if you can, but they always have a pretty deep system, Cleveland. There's some years where it's better than others, but in general, I feel like they always have pieces they can trade away. McGonigal is the one I'm really excited about. Yeah. Seems like the organization is very happy with his progress. Shortstop prospect, which is big. Yeah, I know when he was taken second round, I think. There were a lot of people saying this is a steal. He was a first round talent. And that's what, look, I'm not saying you got to hit with your top picks, like straight up. And the fact that the Tigers haven't in many ways is very concerning and scary. But, you know, there's talent all throughout the draft. And, you know, whether it's second round, third round, have I changed my tune about the AL Central yet? In what way? I still don't think any team from the American League Central wins the pennant. And I still don't think any team, obviously, with that logic, from the American League Central wins the World Series. I think it is a significantly better and more competitive division than any of us expected to be. I would say, if you want to make the argument that Twins are kind of where they should be, that 28 and 24, that's fair. If you want to make the argument the Tigers are kind of where they should be, which is woefully average, that's fair. Both Cleveland and Kansas City, this is their dream scenario through 50-plus games of the campaign. And, yeah. So I'm very surprised by that. Even if one or both of those teams fade, it's still a very impressive, like, start to the season. I don't know. I still think the Twins have more talent than Cleveland can say. I don't know. I mean, maybe they might have more recognizable talent. I really talk about the NBA on here, but I haven't done stream in a few days. That step back three by Luka against Gobert was one of the coldest fucking things I've ever seen. I mean, it wasn't a buzzer beater technically, but it was obviously a game winner. I mean, a crowd silencer has to be just such a good feeling. Where does this team need to be at the All-Star break to make a run? I'm checking the standings right now. Sorry, give me 1 second. As crazy as it is, the Tigers, I believe, are currently 2.5 games back of the last wild card. If that's where they can be, come All-Star break. Like, they could make some moves, yeah. You know what's weird is, like, as early as 2 years ago, there was a time where people were like, "Oh no, that worked out for both teams." And I don't think Trae Young is terrible. He's not. He's a good player. But yeah, Luka and Nikolai Jokic, guarding those two guys has to be like guarding a wildebeest. I mean, it's like it's almost not even fun, because it's like, what's cool about basketball is there's certain short guys who can dribble and shoot, and there's certain tall guys who can like back you down in the paint and have finesse moves down low. Like, you shouldn't be born with all of it, you know? But for 7-footers to move that well is crazy. Is there any chance we buy rather than sell the deadline? There's a chance. I mean, a lot of things need to happen. I guess if you're looking, Kurt, for a Dombrowski-like, let's go chips center of the table and bring in some big-time bats, that's not going to happen. Could I see them adding maybe a reliever here or there, a bat here? Yeah, but I think the big splash, I don't see happening. If I had to guess, Chad, that would be my prediction as well, is that we don't actually do anything. Okay, I actually have there's something about the Red Sox that is being talked about, but maybe not talked about enough. Since 2019, every year Red Sox fans have gone into the year saying that their team is going to suck. And I'm always the guy who's like, guys, they have some good players. This was the year where I'm like, I think they're going to suck. They don't suck. They're average. They're about what we are. But they have had tremendous pitching. Tanner Houck and Cutter Crawford have looked like fucking Verlander and Scherzer reincarnated. And it's why, and I talk about it with Fetter, a good pitching coach can carry you a long way. Boston's pitching was a mess. And when Gabe Kapler was fired from San Francisco and Bob Melvin took over, Andrew Bailey, who was the pitching coach in San Francisco, who did such a great job with Gausman and DeSclafani and Logan Webb, all those guys in the Bay Area, he went to Boston. That's a huge pickup for them. That's a huge, huge, huge pickup for them. And it's turned their pitching around. I still think they're average. I still think they're just an average club, but yeah. Kyle Tucker MVP is going to have a chance. I mean, the MVP in both leagues will be interesting this year, because now Ohtani could still win it because he's beating the piss out of the ball. But, like, you don't have that Ohtani going nuts, doing it both ways performance like you've had in the past. And so it's going to be pretty wide open. I think Kyle Tucker's got a shot at it. I mean, I think Gunnar Henderson early in the season. Mookie Betts for MVP for, yeah, I mean, Mookie is an unbelievable fucking player, man. I mean, you know what's the thing is, like, I feel this way with the Dodgers, and I felt this way with, like, I felt this way about the Astros and Patriots when they were really good. Like, I understand there's a lot of people that don't like the let's just buy the best team, but goddamn, they have some fun players to watch. I love Freddie Freeman at bats. I love watching Mookie. I love Ohtani. Like, yeah, they've hoarded all these guys, but whatever. They've dished out the money for it. I mean, this year he's been ridiculous. I would say when Ohtani can't pitch, and when he pitches, he usually pitches at a high level, then yeah, that's probably legitimate to say that Mookie's a better player. Like, okay, Mookie Betts, I would argue, even more so than Ohtani, is the best athlete in baseball. To just casually go from what was it? Right field to center, or center field to right field to shortstop And I think he played some second last year. Like, that should be basically impossible for anybody else. Saw something the other day, Freddie Freeman being, yeah, I mean, he's probably the next to get to 3,000 hits, really. I think it was Stavenhagen that tweeted, and obviously he was probably, like all the guys in the press box, are probably given this statistic. Javier Baez has a .417 batting average with runners in scoring position this year. That puts my brain in a fucking pretzel because I moan and groan and shit my pants when Javier Baez comes to the dish. But when Javier Baez comes to the dish with runners in scoring position, maybe I should be like, oh, hell yeah. Do I see Vierling as a utility guy or as a long-term piece? I don't know. It varies with him. He's going to be on the team for a long time. I don't know if it will be starting every day, center fielder, right fielder. I think it'll be more of a platoon guy, but he's going to get his at-bats. Probably a lot of truth he has more clutch / focus in these situations. Yeah, I mean, it is admittedly harder as a pitcher to pitch in high leverage situations where guys are on base. But for .417, Jesus. Yeah. It makes me think we should only bat him ninth, so that way, like, he can come to the dish exclusively with guys on base. Like, you don't want to bat him first because there won't be anybody on base, or second. I've been to the White Sox one. You know what's weird about the White Sox one, man? It's like, maybe it's an AL Central thing with me. I acknowledge it's a crappy park in a bad part of town, but like, their fans embrace it, and I kind of respect that. It is what it is. Like, Brewers one I haven't been to, no. The Brewers one strikes me as one that was probably way cooler like 15, 20 years ago. Same with the Diamondbacks one. The Brewers, I tweeted this yesterday. Brewers are on pace for 95 wins. Who's on their team? Like, how? Who the fuck? Yeah, I know he's out of good. When do we think we see a Young or Justin Timberlake call up? Man, Young, I get because he started the year in AAA. Like, you want to give him the at-bats. I don't know what needs to happen for Jahan to get the call up. Like, an injury to an outfielder. I mean, knock on wood, you don't want that to happen, but I feel like after last year's L by the Brewers, they are going to crush in October now, like the Snakes did last year. I don't think so, because I just don't think they have the depth offensively. I think that last year, maybe this was the case, but at least in the playoffs, the Diamondbacks lineup was a lot scarier than we let on. It was relatively deep, and you had guys that were seeing the ball well pretty much throughout the postseason. I just don't think the Brewers have what it takes offensively to make runs like that. It does seem like we have trimmed more fat off the roster, though. We need to ditch both catchers and get one good one, and also McKinstry. Yeah, I mean, McKinstry's got to be close, dude. What keeps McKinstry on the team is the lack of depth at shortstop, because either that or Javi plays every day, because there is no backup shortstop. I mean, I guess hypothetically you could throw Ibanez in there, maybe Urshela, but like, yeah, Jake, I really go back and forth with that, because I'll just be real. I bet Justin Henry Malloy's defense and left is probably awful and probably a liability. But you know what else is a liability? Every fucking bat in this lineup. And I will accept the trade-off if the guy's going to hit for us. Could Padres or Giants be sneaking a wild card spot? Padres, yes. Giants, no. Giants have had a monumentally disappointing season. Padres, I was actually higher on coming into the campaign. Some of the guys, I think that some of those guys are going to get going. I know Tatis has been very unlucky in regards to batted ball data. You know, Jacob, I was talking about this to somebody last night. Dave Dombrowski is an amazing GM / president, right? Dombrowski loves power arms. He loves deep rotations. He loves offense. He loves deep lineups. But when you look at those Tiger teams that he had, really the heyday of that, 2011 through 2014, there were exceptions at a position here or there. But in general, they weren't good defensively. They didn't have very good bullpens, but they could mash, and they had a really good starting pitcher. Throughout a 162-game season where the sample size is so large, there are going to be those games where having a terrible defensive second baseman or a terrible defensive third baseman is going to kill you. But I think when the sample size dies down, I think offense and pitching is so much more important. Because you look at the Phillies the last 2 years, look at who they have. I'm playing defense for. I mean, you got Harper at first. He's fine. I mean, he's an athlete. JT is great behind the plate, but you have Castellanos at right. You have fucking Schwarber every so often has to play the field. Like, you don't have some elite, like infield from a defensive standpoint, but it doesn't matter. You're only going to play 16, 20 games. The Acuna injury makes me want to cry. Yeah, it looks like it's not as bad as we anticipated. He's becoming a very strange player because he was amazing last year. I mean, that was one of the more impressive seasons that we've seen in a long time. And he hasn't been right, but Trey's okay. Yeah, he's a good defense shortstop. Yeah. Yeah, Matt. Well, that's the thing. Look, it's so weird. I know the Braves won a World Series, right, in 21, and that's so hard to do. But I feel like to validate this core, it's kind of like a quarterback. Like, you kind of need two. The last 2 seasons, they had teams that were more than good enough to win a World Series. Last year, especially. And while they're still a good team, and I still think they're a playoff team, one, you never know what health is going to look like year to year. We've already seen Strider get injured. We've seen Acuna get injured. And beyond that, you can't rely on 5 guys to hit 35 home runs for you. Chris Sale looks good. Yes. Chris Sale is, I don't think he'll have the cumulative numbers, man. But man, he's had a great career. When he was on, he's one of the most dominant pitchers I've ever seen. He probably lasted longer than he needed to or than he had any right to, because his mechanics were always kind of weird. I mean, do you include DeGrom in that generation? Or is he like the next generation? Because DeGrom came on, his first year was 14. To me, at full health, the greatest pitcher I've ever seen is DeGrom. Great stuff I've ever seen is DeGrom. That was such a shortly lived peak. Reese Olson for Daniel Norris was one hell of a trade by Vila. Yeah. That one is baffling. I do remember when we got Reese Olson, people were like, it's probably a pretty good return for the Tigers for what it is. I am very curious as to, because he was in high A ball and he was so young, you never know. But I'm curious as to what we have been able to unleash in him that was not able to be unleashed, or that the Brewers simply didn't see when he was in the minor leagues for them. You know, if it was, had we have traded Michael Fulmer for Reese Olson, I'd be like, okay, that makes some sense. But like those two, like Daniel Norris. I mean, Mason Miller's incredible. I'm more so talking about starters, but yeah. Best stuff from a reliever. I mean, he's not even been that great this year. Johan Duran for the Twins comes to mind. Is Fulmer still around and healthy? Okay, so I think he was a Fetter resurrection project. So he signed with the Cubs last year for 1 year and was not very good. He's getting Tommy John again. I believe this is his third Tommy John. Don't quote me on that, but I think it is. Almost positive. But he did sign with the Red Sox, so he will be in their organization next year coming back from it. I mean, I don't know. That's a tough one. But we did. The 2021 season obviously holds a very sacred place in my heart because, you know, it's what got me, playing with bubble wrap. It's what got me hired by Barstool and everything. But one of the cool things about that season was, like, it was pretty ugly for a minute there watching Fulmer get popped the way that he did as a starter, and the way that they turned him into a pretty solid reliever. You know, it was fun to watch there for a minute. I don't know. He could have been special, man. I mean, like, his stuff was so explosive. Scuba over under 0.5. I'm gonna go over. Yeah. I don't know if that's necessarily true. I mean, maybe the like totals have, but in general, but in general, I mean, the view counts are good. Well, Diller, it's a weird. The answer in terms of how they've pitched is yes. Now, we've had the luxury of watching every Reese Olson start, so we know how fucking good he is. And I hate this, but, like, that record does stand out. Like, it shouldn't, right? Because he's been so dazzling, and it's not his fault. The team's going to fuck him, but yeah, that Barrios has fell off a little bit lately, so it's Scooby and Lugo for AF Cy Young right now. Right now, yeah. I mean, we're still early in the campaign. I think some of the guys from the Mariners, whether it's George Kirby, Logan Gilbert, I could see them, even Luis Castillo, kind of finding their way into the forefront of that conversation. No, I think even at full health, I don't think we see Job. Look, here's the thing with that, Jake, and it really is true. Like, Paul Skeens right now is really amazing in Pittsburgh. We're going to see him in a few days. Remarkable pitcher. But the big advantage with Paul Skeens is that he has built up those innings. He pitched a bunch of innings in college, worked his way up through, from high school. Job, I mean, his season high in innings is like 70. So you already have to be cautious with him. You do have to take into account this is a guy who throws the ball incredibly high or hard. It's a guy who spins the ball incredibly hard. You need to be very careful. And even if he comes back and dominates, I just, I don't want to speak an injury into existence because I want him to stay healthy, but like it's very tough, to manage that. Potentially. Yeah. I haven't even looked at his numbers that closely. But I know the organization's been high on him. Jose Urquidy's got right arm. They held up for a long time. The Astros pitching is totally falling apart, man. He's a guy who's had a lot of injury problems. Got Vierling had 4 hits today. Like Vierling, man, I told you. Going back to this, and I would love. We'll see what happens in the second half, but like, I would love Reese to at least get an all-star nod. I mean, I hate seeing a pitcher get punished for stuff that's out of their control. I was talking about that earlier, man. So they went with Englert. Whoever you would have went with, there would have been a gamble, right? I mean, Englert was a gamble. Brisky, pitched 42 pitches the 2 days ago. I thought maybe they'd bring him in, maybe for an inning. Chafin, you could go with. Chafin's been fucking awful for 2 weeks. So yeah, we were running out of pitchers. That's why when Vierling was up, I'm like, we got to win it now. Yeah. So Dickerson is really good at TV. I just prefer him on the radio. And you know what's it's an interesting thing, Joe, and I've probably talked about it a million times, but I find it fascinating. For broadcasters, baseball on the radio is viewed as like the highest art form because there's so many stories that you tell in between pitches, in between innings. You kind of paint the picture. It's not to say that TV is beneath anybody, but like Ernie Harwell didn't like doing TV. So it's I've always found that interesting. Like Benetti, I think is an exceptional broadcaster and can clearly do both. But I think more often there's a reason why Dickerson has never permanently gone to the TV booth because of that, because he prefers doing the. I mean, you get to replace Ernie Harwell, like. Yeah, this is just a quick tangent here, but I saw that the Furiosa movie, I want to say Mad Max Fury Road, but Furiosa, a Mad Max saga, bombed at the box office. I feel like I'm setting up a comedy bit here, but I'm not. It's just analysis. Okay. I hate to go back to my movie theater blog. Okay. And there are things that needed to be amended and fixed in that blog. I acknowledge it. But one thing that I implied is that I wrote that in summer 2023. In the previous 2 years, 3 movies that I saw where I said that definitely needed to be seen in theaters, that definitely couldn't have waited for home release. I needed to watch that with a crowd in a packed movie theater. It was Top Gun Maverick, The Batman, and I think West Side Story. And we have had 2 back-to-back summers instances of movies that saved movie theaters. In 2022, it was Top Gun Maverick. In 2023, it was the Barbenheimer weekend. Okay. This is what's going to happen now for every year until it just stops. We're going to have 1 or 2 movies every year that's going to make $1 billion that people care about. This year, it'll be Deadpool 3. And all these romantics are going to claim it saves cinema and movie theaters are back. And oh my God, this is amazing. Like, look at what happens when you market something. People will come to the theaters. And then we're going to get 6 more months of nobody going to the movies. That's just the way things are going to be now. The cinematic experience is not worth, in general, the hassle. I'm just fuck my opinions on movies. Fuck my opinions in saying I don't think movies are as good as they used to be. Forget all that. I'm just talking the experience as a whole for people is either too expensive or too inconvenient and not worth your money, especially when you can wait a month and get that movie on a big screen. And that's not me chastising people who still love going to the movies. Great, good for you. But I'm telling you, you're in the minority. How do I know this? Science. The numbers show that you are in the minority. Less people are going to the movies. The Furiosa bombing is not a surprise to me because I think Hollywood overvalued the popularity of Mad Max Fury Road. I think Mad Max Fury Road, the people that love it. It won 5 or 6 Oscars, right? But it's been 9 years. They won a decade. What the fuck are they doing? Wait, fucking bring it, put it out in 2019. Who cares? And again, I've heard it's good, but like, we can lament this great movie bombed and this great movie bombed, but the fact is, dude, at this point, like, it's just about branding, and the movies that will make money are the movies that are going to make money. It's not like something like The Fall Guy. People are like, oh, it had 2 big stars in it. Yeah, I know, but it's not like the Avatar movies are like that. Like when I watch, you can hate those movies, but like they are legitimate experiences. They're kind of unlike anything you've seen. And yes, to a certain extent, I do feel like the quality of said movies, but I was talking to Canadian Josh about this today. Shout out to him for coming by this weekend. But the first movie that I saw, wait, was it Avatar? Okay, yeah, the first movie I saw post-rehab was Avatar. Which that's a pretty, I mean, this is a very specific lane of movie, but that's a pretty good movie to see, I guess, coming off of something like that. The next movie I saw with my mom, and it was The Whale with Brendan Fraser. That's not great movie. Not a good movie to see in the aftermath of addiction. Tough experience. Really good movie though. He deserved the Oscar for that. Oh, somebody got dunked on. Kind of. I'm not a huge NBA guy, though, but when it gets down to the last 8 teams, I do kind of, find myself getting into it. I got a question, and I didn't follow it, game by game all year. How did and I know they won 50 games. That's quite good. How did the Mavs only get a 5 seed? I mean, there might have been injuries. I know Kyrie's often off in his own world, but that's 2 unbelievable players that are like can carry a team, and they have in the postseason. Right, but like those guys are so talented that even when they don't try, they're better than most players. Got PJ Washington. Okay, yeah. I mean, I like I said, I haven't followed along that closely with it. I mean, Kyrie versus the Celtics in the finals would be very entertaining. That's the other thing too. The West was low. Yeah, it seemed okay. You know what's weird, man? I think this has gotten a little bit better. The West has always been loaded. Like I remember as far back as like the glory days of the Pistons in my generation, like the 03 to 08. It was always like the West is a gauntlet and the East has like 2 good teams. Yeah, I was talking about that with a buddy the other day where the NBA playoffs are not the best playoffs, but it has the biggest separation between excitement regarding the regular season versus the postseason. How good do I think Anthony Edwards is and will be? I mean, people who watch much more NBA basketball can speak on that. As somewhat of an outsider, casual watcher, he seems like a perfect fit to be the most marketable player in the NBA for a long time. And I think that's sometimes that term is very bizarre because, what does that mean? But like, he's got a very infectious personality, amazing player. The only thing that might hurt him, and I have no problem with this, but I'm just talking about it from a marketability standpoint, is it's the Timberwolves. But in some ways that could work to his advantage the way it did like Cleveland with LeBron where like you are like the first, and KG was up there, but you are one of the first mega stars. Celtics or Mavericks are you taking? I mean, if I had to guess, I would say Celtics. It feels like it's the Celtics time. But it would be a good series. I mean, I kept up with most of game 3 last night, and I kept up, and I watched the fourth quarter, and the Celtics had no business winning that game until like the last minute and then just turned it on, because the Lakers have been good for much of the 21st century. The Warriors had dynasty of Greg Popovich, an all-time great coach. You're right, but you'd still expect like a little bit more. Like there was a year I remember where the Pistons got the 1 seed in the East, and it was 2003 with 50 wins. Like that's really not much. Just having someone tell me families will not survive under another 4 years of Biden. Okay. I'm not getting into politics. The one thing, and I think especially the Trump hysteria is a part of this. You vote for who you want to vote for because you vote for who you think is going to make the situation better for you and your family. I totally understand that. But I'm telling you, with rare exceptions, you're going to be okay. You're going to be okay. And I know that's hypocritical coming from a guy who is constantly I'm not okay guy. But like, I thought the lineup was doomed today with no Riley. Yeah, I mean, it made Hinch look smart, didn't it? I really think Hinch's logic, I mean, obviously it was Kikuchi against righties. We need righties in the lineup. But I really think if Kikuchi was just a so-so lefty, I think they might have had one of those guys in the lineup. But he pitched really well this year, and they felt like we just need to load it up with nothing but righties. I mean, I'm not going to be suicidal. I mean, it's not that. I mean, and to be honest, and while I've been to that point in my life many times, that's one thing that people don't talk about. That is how embarrassing it is when you're out of it, because it's a very weird thing. And like I said, I'm fine right now. I'm in the clear, in some ways, but like, no, I know I have that tendency. I know, but the thing is that when you claim that you are suicidal and you reach out to people, and then you don't do it, you start to develop boy who cried wolf syndrome, which is weird because we're talking about like death. But the of the many things I look back on in my Barstool tenure that I'm ashamed of, it's making myself that. And that was the thing. Of all the things Francis wrote in that blog, that was the thing that resonated with me the most was that people stand on an edge when talking about me. Because I acknowledge, and I'm not saying this as a like sympathy thing, but like I acknowledge, this brain works a little bit different than some other people's, but I've never wanted to be treated differently because of it. And the fact is, I turned myself into somebody that had to be treated differently because people were afraid of what he might do. That's very embarrassing. And when you do it at a company that's as public as Barstool, it's even more embarrassing. Somebody said, what was my instant reaction to the Barstool bomb? My tweet was my reaction. It was just no words. It's the toughest one because watching, it's changed on TV. It's a bit different. Live, I have a 90% hit rate knowing when a ball is a home run versus when it isn't. I knew that was gone. I knew he crushed that shit. I was so frustrated by the whole thing that I didn't even it wasn't until I checked Twitter where I realized it was an 0-2 count. No, I wouldn't have brought Mize out for the fifth. I thought Mize was terrible today. Like I actually think that was the right decision. I didn't think I was pretty sure Veerlings was gone. The one that Jansen hit, I believe, in the last out of the ninth, I thought that was gone. I thought that was gone off the bat. And Canna caught it right at the wall. Good to see Canna getting going a little bit. He was really struggling there for a minute. Canna's going to be one of those players. He's going to have some peaks and valleys, but I guarantee at the end of the year, he's going to be in that 760 to 780 OPS range. Well, we do have an off day tomorrow. And so I think that was his logic. And I don't know, with the way the game was at that point, you could have lost that game with Mize on the mound. Yeah. No, you're right. It's sad because I like him. And what's interesting is I think the stuff, generally speaking, looks fine, but he's not missing bats. He's not putting guys away. I'd be fine with the strikeout rate being low if you were getting ground outs and flyouts, but man, a lot of 3-ball counts today. Who's going to pitch 10th? I didn't see who was warming up at the time. They might have given Englert another one. It is very clear the bullpen needs Lang in it and needs Lang to be good. Needs. It would strongly help. I talked about that earlier. Who do we have left? Chafe and Fido is not available, I'm guessing. I don't think Brisky or Fido is available, so probably Chafin. Yeah. I guess maybe you could have tried to squeeze one out of Brisky. Yeah, I mean, when you play 10 consecutive games, it's going to happen. Yeah. I don't really even blame AJ for that. I think in an ideal world, obviously, you would have gotten more length out of Mize, but you got to focus on winning that day's game. Am I worried about the velo drop from Foley long-term issues? Kind of, yeah. I mean, there was I had that theory for a minute that I thought he was dealing with something because AJ was not pitching. I mean, I think one thing I appreciate about AJ is that he's very focused on winning that particular day's game. He's not thinking about he's not Austin saying we got to save Alex Wilson for extra innings, right? But I think because we played so many close games in the early part of the season, we pitched Foley a shit ton. And it seems like the velo is down and he's missing fewer bats. I think the ground ball rate is still fine. Do I know how long Shelby Miller is on the shelf for? This might be a very naive way of looking at it, but Shelby Miller, I believe, is dealing with some forearm thing. So I have no faith that we'll see him again. I know that's, and honestly, we sent Lang down for Englert, but Miller was injured and we called up Brisky. Brisky's been great. Brisky's given him length out of the pen. He's thrown strikes. He's been solid. So as you don't want to see guys get injured, but we don't feel that loss as much. That's good. Yeah. You know that had to do with Lang's attitude because he's way better than England. Come on. Okay. He is better than England. Attitude, maybe. I don't know what goes on in the clubhouse. I know there was the ugly incident in Kansas City. I think it's more so this. Do you guys remember when Mize, Manning, and Scoobo were all called up? And we were expecting radar guns to be lit up. And all of them were throwing like low, topping out at mid-90s. And we were all like, what the fuck's going on? And AJ kept saying, I don't care about velocity. You guys care about velocity. What I think Chris Fetter and Robin Lund and everyone associated with the pitching philosophy in Detroit is all about is making sure that you get your mechanics right first. And that means getting your mechanics right means throwing strikes. And if you do what we tell you and you get hits, we can work with that. But if you're not going to make the adjustments that we tell you to make, it's hard for us to coach you. I think that's one of the reasons they traded Gregory Soto. And I think it's one of the reasons why they sent Lang down. I think they're giving him instruction, trying to get that strike throwing to come back, trying to get that swing and miss to come back. And he's either not listening or not executing. And so your last option is to send him down. Do you enjoy seeing so many Blue Jays fans, or does it get annoying having that many road teams fans getting rowdy? I think it's cool just because you see a bigger crowd. I like going to that series. And one thing, at some point, I think we're going to get new teams in baseball, and I think the divisions will realign. The Toronto Blue Jays should be in our division. They were in our division in the 80s. They had a lot of close, races down to the end, 87, obviously being the famous one. They should have they should have them in our division. But no, I kind of like it because their fans travel, and they're Canadians. Canadians are nice. Like, it's not like you got to feel fucking asshole fans. Probably not this year. I do want to get there at some point. We'll see, though. I don't know. Yeah. I think one of the things that AJ has been, talked about is like, and I've sang the pitcher's praises for it. Getting instruction from a pitching coach is one thing. Being able and putting the ego aside at the door and being able to listen is a huge part of it. And I think I give these guys a lot of credit for being able to listen and fixing things. Same things happen to Canada's team. They're going to show up. Yeah, for sure. No, I don't mind it. I mean, I like it when we win 3 out of 4. It's a lot more fun. But yeah, I mean, those. Oh, is that what it was? Yeah, I mean, oops. Probably not the smartest idea. No, I've never been out of the country, so no. If we can get back to over 500, 5 games, that's a legit winning streak. I will I'm not going to say believe again because, I mean, dude, the Guardians are 18 games over 500. But, like, I will start to believe again that we can play competitive baseball this year. It really is bizarre. I was talking to Canadian Josh about this, and, like, he's baffled by it. How quickly the Blue Jays became, like, just a nothing team. and how quickly they got lapped by other teams in their own division. And I think what it speaks to, and Vladdy obviously had a huge day today, but when you look at their core, AJ's talked about this a lot, and he's absolutely right. And I think the White Sox ran into the same problem. A lot of people believe that player development ends at the big league level. That is not true. White Sox are the prime example of that. When you go back and watch the White Sox in 2021, when they had Anderson and Makata and Eloy Jimenez and Luis Robert, and the pitchers with Giolito and Cease, these guys were really good talents. Some were more experienced than others, but for the most part, the hitters were young guys, and they were up-and-comers. But they never got any better than they were in those early seasons that they played. And I think that that's a failure on the coaching staff. You know, when you watch some of these really good teams, I mean, I know the Astros have struggled, but like to me, that's a prime example. You know, Jose Altuve was a pretty darn good hitter when he got to the big leagues. And then over time, he developed more power. He still chases a bit, but he's less swing and miss, you know, less of a singles hitter, more doubles, more home runs. You saw that development from all the guys in their system. You see it with the Dodgers, you see it with the Rays. I think the Blue Jays had what they believe to be this incredible core. And yeah, that's the point, Logan. They lost Semien, lost Teoscar, they didn't do a great job of retaining some of the core they had, and guys have regressed. And then there's stuff like, you know, like what the fuck happened to Manoah, you know? There's some stuff that's just unexplainable. I do. Okay. And my reasoning for that, and I know the bullpen has been shit lately, but generally speaking, over the last few seasons, the bullpen has been relatively stable, solid enough. Yeah. At worst, it's been average, which is what the team's been, average. Gregory Soto in Detroit, as much as he drove me nuts, was a good reliever. Threw hard, he did lock down saves, mid-threes ERA. He was fine. Fine relievers are a dime a dozen. And in the age of analytics, if we're talking about value, a fourth outfielder, platoon outfielder, whatever you want to call Matt Vierling, provides significantly more value to the Tigers than Gregory Soto provided to the Tigers and provides to the Phillies. Maton, that one, it surprised me how quickly he fell off, but that is a prime example of how difficult it is to hit at the big league level. Because you guys forget the first 2 months of the season last year, I think he led our team in home runs. And he's going to be one of those guys. I was talking to somebody about this yesterday. Nick Maton's going to be one of those guys that is going to crush AAA pitching until he is 40 years old. And he'll get more shots in the big leagues at some point. But the second that the book was out on him, and the second he started getting behind in counts, and the second that guy started spinning breaking balls and burying changeups, he could not catch up to him. The definition of trouble with the curve, right? Vierling, I expected actually Maton to be superior to Vierling. I expected Vierling to be probably like a high 600s, low 700s OPS guy. He's actually been a little bit better than that. Chris was the greatest baseball player you've ever met. Good question. Alan Trammell. Pretty easy answer. I think I've talked about this. I don't know if I've told it a bunch, but when I was doing a color commentary for the West Michigan Whitecaps in 2022 with Dan Hasty, it was before the game. We went down to talk to Brian Pena, who was the manager at the time, and sitting at his desk was just Alan Trammell. And that was pretty surreal. Yeah. Vierling is a real big league hitter, bottom third of yeah, no, that's what I think. And that's the issue that our offense runs into, is that there's no depth. So like Vierling batting seventh, I'd be like, dude, let's go. But we have no depth in our offense, so we have to do shit like bat Vierling and Ibanez 1 and 2. Fine players in their own right. Like they have a role that they can fill, but you're putting a round peg in a square hole. You know, we've criticized Torque a bunch, and he deserves it, right? But man, they really tickled our balls in the in spring training this year, because and I'll hand up, I'm as guilty as anybody. I really bought in to the Parker Meadows hype, and what Parker Meadows could have added to this lineup, right? If you don't want to bat him lead off against lefties, fine, but you're going to face primarily righties anyway. He moves guys like Vierling and Ibanez down in the order if he's successful. And for him to be as bad as he's been, he had a 400 something OPS, dude. He was unplayable. They had to send him down. And that's tough because I think defensively he is still the best center fielder in this organization right now. I mean, we'll see what Clark gets to, but yeah, I mean, that's the biggest story of the season so far, is the regression of so many guys in the offense. Yeah. If there's anything that is very encouraging, I mean, this is a weird thing to be encouraged by, I guess, but if there is anything that's encouraging right now, it is the fact that you have multiple guys who are having great years down in AAA. But to me, okay, Parker's mashing in AAA. Badu's mashing in AAA. That, to me, means you got to give them one more shot at some point at the big league level, and if they aren't hitting, then, yeah, they're just quadruple A players for life. I really was starting to believe in Parker. I mean, you know what's weird is Badu had that great 2021, but I remember he opened the next year as our opening day center fielder, batted first. I remember thinking, I don't think this will last. How much do you hear of guys like Meadows and Torque coming back after being sent down and making solid careers? Just doesn't happen much. Yeah, I mean, for us, no. I'd have to look at other examples. I mean, look, there's outliers. There's the JD Martinez's of the world who got cut and then found their way. David Ortiz got basically traded for nothing and found out with the Red Sox. I understand. This is going to be and this is rare for me, a very glass half full way of looking at it. But my optimism is that we are still early in a new regime. And I look at the Lions, right? Like the Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell era didn't kick it into high gear till the middle of year 2. My hope is that maybe there's that time release with the Tigers as well. Very, a very wishful thing. Judge went up and down a little. He did. Yeah. Who do you think is the best broadcaster? My pick is Brian Anderson or Joe Davis. It's a great question. Brian Anderson is great and versatile. Yeah, I mean, it's such an obvious pick, but when I hear Joe Davis, I think big game voice. There's certain guys that are like that. There's certain guys that are good announcers, but just they have a ceiling. Joe Tessitore, I think, is a fine announcer, but when I hear him, I think 12 p.m. ACC kickoff, Clemson versus West Virginia, or something, you know what I mean? When I hear Joe Davis, I think World Series, I think Super Bowl. I think he's calling a big game and a big moment. Brian Anderson, I think, is wonderful. I mean, I put our guy up with almost anybody. I mean, I think Benetti is fantastic. Dan Miller or Dan Dickerson. Ooh, that's tough. I have to go Dickerson because it is harder to call baseball on the radio, I think, than probably calling football on the radio. People might disagree with me on that, but I think you're wrong. And people can shit on Joe Buck. Joe Buck was weird. I've talked about Joe Buck on here before. There was a time where Joe Buck was bad. That's what's weird. It's some people say, I always thought he sucked. I always thought he was great. Joe Buck, I remember thinking was bad. But then I remember thinking was bad. And then I think it was the 2011 World Series, the David Freese World Series, where I remember listening. That was an amazing series, being Joe Buck sounds really good. And then he just got better after that. At what point do I retire from these live streams? They don't seem to do you any favors. I don't know. We're talking baseball right now. Yeah, maybe it's because he's from St. Louis and the Cardinals won that 2011 World Series. But I remember the one thing, even when he wasn't great, the one thing I really appreciated about Buck is, and Tony Romo's a terrible, is a prime offender of this, and even Gus Johnson, as much as I like him, falls into this category too. When you do TV, that's a visual art form. Joe Buck does a great job of letting the moments sit for themselves sometimes. Like, he's minimalist, which isn't always a bad thing. I think that there was a point where he was too minimalist, where it made him dull. But I think for the most part, like, he's got that down now. Do I think Brady is going to be a good announcer? Good question, Zach. Okay. I don't know. And part of it is I think it's bullshit that Greg Olson, who's really good, gets demoted for Tom Brady. I think that Brady, if I wanted to sit down and listen to Tom Brady break down a game of football for several hours, it would be a treat. The problem is simply having knowledge of the game and the ability to break down the X's and O's is way different than bringing personality, having good camaraderie with your co-host or your color commentator or in this case, play-by-play guy. I don't know if he's going to be able to let his guard down enough to really have a good back and forth with Kevin Burkhardt. Am I looking forward to The Penguin on HBO Max? Yeah, I am. Look, I'm at a point now. I'm not going to say that I hate movies and I hate TV, but what I watch is based almost entirely around who's in charge. And as long as Matt Reeves has full creative control of that Batman universe, I'm going to be very excited. I was taking a piss at the urinal today at Comerica and thinking to myself, God, I really should rewatch the Batman. That is absolutely one of my favorite movies. It's long, but it's like a good kind of long where you can just put it on and watch it. And part of it is, even when people aren't talking, that movie, and people could say bias, whatever, robbed of a best cinematography nomination. That is one of the most beautiful looking one of the most beautiful looking movies I've ever seen. It's like they got Greg Fraser, who's done cinematography for like Dune, and I think some of the Planet of the Apes movies. It's just an amazing movie to look at. It's one of those movies. Here I am talking about it again. But it's one of those movies where the things it gets right, I think it gets right than like it does better than like any other movie. I know that's weird, but like I still think the Nolan movies front to back are probably movies that I prefer watching more. But the movie's called The Batman, and every second of that movie in which Robert Pattinson is in the Batman suit playing Batman is fucking amazing. They got it so right. He is Bruce Wayne. We can talk. He is the best on-screen Batman. He perfectly captures that. Now I think he'll slow down. It's another one, Logan. That's a good point. Colin Farrell was one of those actors who in the early 2000s people got really sick of because he was a big star and he was in a lot of stuff. Now, credit to him. I know he's gotten sober and he's been open about that, which is awesome. But like he was an actor that was probably a bit overexposed. He was in a bunch of movies. He was in Daredevil. He was in Phone Booth, SWAT. And then he had that period where he kind of went away for a while. And now he's been around so long as an actor that he's just taking on projects that he wants to take on. Everything I've seen him in the last like 4 or 5 years, he's great in. He was so much fun as Oswald Cobblepot. And he was fucking great in Banshees of Inisherin. So good in that. Have I seen Good Time? Same guys that did Uncut Gems. Yes. And I actually prefer Good Time to Uncut Gems. I think they're both very well directed movies with great lead performances. I think that's the best Sandler performance. As weird as it sounds, because he's such a scumbag in that movie, that was the movie where I went, Pattinson's going to be a great Batman. Because his character in that is such a piece of shit. I mean, just like the worst kind of person. I mean, he exploits his brother who's got special needs. He's a criminal. There's even some other things in the middle that I'd rather not bring up that he does in that movie. And yet he's magnetic to watch. He carries every scene in that movie. I think that's one of the best performances that never got nominated for an Academy Award. I think Pattinson is fucking awesome in that. Yeah, I don't know about if you should have won. Kerry Condon, Jamie Lee Curtis winning that year is wild. Well, that was a lifetime achievement. Yeah, because and I'm not that big a fan of Everything Everywhere All at Once, but the best performance was the other, Stephanie, the actress who played the daughter. He was really good in The Gentleman. Yeah. What did I think of The Lighthouse? I loved the direction in The Lighthouse. I love the performances in The Lighthouse. I think both those guys, it really is an acting showcase. I mean, you have Willem Dafoe and Robert Pattinson, two guys at their peak, in their prime, just putting great performances. What's that? Robert Eggers is the name of that director. And there's like a limit to how much I can enjoy his movies because they do get so fucking weird. And ultimately, like, as good as the performances are, as good as that movie looks, there's a hollowness to it that, like, I can't ignore. But I do recommend that people watch it because, like, a bunch of effort was put into it. I mean, is, you know, really great. Can you guys give me 1 second? I have to take a piss. I'm going to come back, but I just don't want to stop the stream. Well, or do I? Oh, we're good. Am I excited for the new Emma Stone movie? She's on a roll with that director. Okay, outside of like just thinking that it's really cool that like I kind of called my shot of her being this super like incredible actress. She's another person. I've watched so many interviews with her where her kind of journey as an actor I find very fascinating because she started in comedies, right? Started in Superbad and House Bunny and some other stuff, The Rocker. And then she became, there was no joke, there was about a year and a half, 2-year period where Emma Stone was probably the most famous actress on the planet. She went from Easy A to Crazy Stupid Love, Friends with Benefits, which she had a short part in, The Help, and then she was the love interest in The Amazing Spider-Man. That is a wild, like, those are big movies that she was either supporting in or like the headliner of. And I think she became relatively uncomfortable with that level of fame, but she was already so famous that it allowed her, similar to Colin Farrell, like I brought up, to take projects that stretched her as an actress. I'm going to be honest, one of the Best Picture winners that I just did not think was up to par, especially in the year with Whiplash, was Birdman, but she was great in that. That was her first Oscar nomination. And then obviously La La Land and The Favorite. And I just think she's become so smart with her selection of roles. And I think as an actress that started out in comedies and as somebody, and I hate this term, I think it's overblown, but as somebody who had been labeled the girl next door by a bunch of different people, I think it would be so easy for her to take on just a bunch of romantic comedies, a bunch of comedies. But no, she's taken on projects by legitimate directors. She's been supporting roles. She's been a leading role. Her performance in Poor Things was a fucking wild performance. I mean, it was amazing. It was tough to it was kind of tough to watch because that movie should have been NC-17. She is getting fucked in every other scene of that movie. But yeah, I don't know if I'll see it in theaters, but I'll see it when it comes out. I love the people in it, you know, Willem Dafoe and Jesse Plemons. Yeah, he makes weird movies, but he makes good movies. What do I think of all this talk about Mad Max and Fall Guy both flopping? I actually talked about that a little bit earlier, Logan, but this has been a long stream, so I'll reiterate it. This is just the way that things are going to be for from now until the end of time. There's going to be 1 or 2 movies a year that do gangbusters at the box office. And then people are going to try to spin this narrative that they saved movie theaters when in reality, they were just the only things that people cared enough to go see. In 2022, it was Top Gun Maverick. In 2023, it was the Barbenheimer weekend. This year, it'll probably be Deadpool 3. In general, I think the theatrical experience is worse than it's ever been, sans 1 or 2 films a year. And yes, you're right, Chris. No Oppenheimer, Barbie to bail out theaters this summer. I also think both Oppenheimer and Barbie were marketed extremely well. And they were both really good. I mean, Oppenheimer is a fucking almost flawless movie. And as far as Mad Max, that's a miscalculation because, okay, Mad Max was a thing that nobody really I'm talking mainstream. Nobody really cared that much about, but Mad Max Fury Road was so well received that it became a hit in large part because of word of mouth. And then instead of being like, all right, let's go make another one, they waited 9 years. That momentum died. And as much as I like Anya Taylor-Joy, she's not like somebody that yet I think can carry a franchise, not a big enough name that's going to bring people in. What's one movie scene that fires you up every time you watch it? Good question. I mean, I brought it, the ending to Whiplash fires me up. And I know people say, oh, it's misinterpreted, but like, no, it's awesome. Man, I'm trying to think of like a non-conventional one because there's a million ones from the Dark Knight trilogy I could bring up. There's a million stuff from Batman or, I guess one, and this is another obvious one for me too, but one that blew me away when I was a kid seeing it in theaters and still sticks with me is the scene in the first Spider-Man where he discovers his powers for the first time. And Danny Elfman's music, my apologies. And just, you see the fingers like growing the sticky, the hair on them. And then the horns playing the boom, 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 as he's crawling up the wall and just that euphoria that comes with that moment. It's brilliant. Favorite Sandler movie. Okay, somebody else said the ending to 8 Mile fires me. That's a great one. The entire like rap battles in 8 Mile are wow. Favorite Sandler movie. Okay. When somebody says Sandler movie, I think of like his comedies. I could say Uncut Gems or what's the one that he did? Reign Over Me. I like Reign Over Me a lot. I like Click. I like Happy Gilmore. I might have to go Happy Gilmore just because I think Shooter McGavin's one of the best villains in any comedy. Trade Deadlines. Yeah. Let me see. There's a few others. Let me look up old Sandman here. I'm going to just run through, and I'm not going to claim to have seen everything, but like he has had a bizarre ass filmography. Like, I don't know how many of his movies are good, and yet there's some that have like accidental charm to them. So let me like go down the list here. Okay, The Waterboy I like. Big Daddy I like. Little Nicky is not good. Mr. Deeds, I barely remember. I got Anger Management I never saw. 50 First Dates I like. And I like, in general, that when he hooks up with Drew Barrymore, I think that they're pretty good. I liked The Longest Yard remake. I like Click. I like Reign Over Me. I do not like I Now Pronounce You Chuck and Larry. I didn't like You Don't Mess with the Zohan, but I have so many people telling me that I need to rewatch it. There's a lot of people that really like it. The first Grown Ups is not a good movie, but there's something kind of charming about seeing those guys just like shoot the shit together. I don't know. Like it's just because they're likable guys. Have I spoken to Big Cat since I left the company? No, I haven't spoken to Big Cat. I haven't, outside of one small conversation with Mincy and a few text exchanges with Jeff D. Law. I haven't been in contact really with anybody since I left. That's an intentional decision. It's not to say that I won't come back to it at some point. But I think that the last thing you want to do is come across like somebody that's leeching or hanging on. I got to do some work on myself first. And then I kind of want to, I'm not saying I'm going to ever re-enter the world because I'm not going to work there, but like, I want to give myself some space. and give them some space. Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, without knowing much, I'm going to say no. I haven't paid a ton of attention to that situation. Am I staying live to go in that spaces? Yeah, sure. If you guys want me to, yeah. Okay, you know what's a movie, man? Nobody agrees with me on this. You know what's a movie that I think is like the funniest fucking movie? And I saw it the summer before this is a big weekend. The summer before my senior year of high school with Brennan and Emmett at NCG in East Lansing. It was pissing rain outside, big storm. And I loved it. And I think it opened with Man of Steel or some big movie and never got the credit it deserved, is This Is the End. I think This Is the End is one of the funniest movies ever made. I love that cast. I just love that all those guys are so capable of making fun of themselves. They're like, if Brad Pitt, Matt Damon, George Clooney, like the Ocean's 11 crew, if they're like the high school quarterbacks, those guys are like the guys that smoke weed behind the bleachers, and you want to hang out more with them because they're going to be a lot more fun. You might not have the status or the success, but you're going to have way more fun. Dude, the fucking part in sick reference, bro. Your references are sick. Everybody knows that. The part in fucking This Is the End when they do a trailer for Pineapple Express 2 and Jonah Hill is Woody Harrelson and he's wearing a cowboy hat and he just goes, the weed is for the people. It's the people's weed. I don't know. I lose it. This Is the End, 21 Jump Street, the last two truly great comedies. Well, it depends on how you define it. Okay, I loved Don't Look Up. And I know that I'm in the minority there. But I think Don't Look Up is a comedy, but it's a message comedy. The last laugh out loud, offensive, raunchy comedy. It might have been around there. Yeah. Like one movie, I love The Disaster Artist. It's one of my favorite films about the making of The Room. I would call that a comedy. Don't Look Up to me, and I want to go back and watch it at some point. I loved it so much when I first saw it that I watched it twice on Netflix. And it's one of those movies that there's a few movies, that and the first Joker, that I'm interested in going back and watching those just to see how I'd feel about them now. Palm Springs is okay. As a COVID movie, it's just okay. First time you watch a great yeah, especially with the crowd. That's where like that community. Not a comedy, but did you see The Fabelmans? I enjoyed The Fabelmans quite a bit. It was one of those movies that I had extremely high expectations for because I thought Spielberg's he was coming off of West Side Story, which is one of his best movies. And it was like autobiographical. I thought it was going to be emotional and make me cry. And it's good. It's quite good. It never got as good as I thought it could be. Another severely underrated one is Pop Star. Yeah, that's one that bombed bad. I never saw it, but the bits and pieces I saw of it made me laugh hard. Never Stop, Never Stopping. That's a good title. I mean, I think people didn't really know what to make of that. Am I a Mark Wahlberg fan? Good question tonight. I find it very easy to make fun of Mark Wahlberg. He says and does a lot of weird stuff. When he's bad in a movie like The Happening or Planet of the Apes, he's fucking awful because he's got that same voice. All right, you know, Andy Samberg made fun of it. You know, say hi to your mother for me, okay? Look, what's going on? But when cast in the right role, whether drama or comedy, I think he can be an exceptional actor. Love him in The Departed. I think he's very good in the Ted movies. That movie, Daddy's Home, that movie's funny. He's funny in that. That was, tell you what, man, it wouldn't have gone down like that if I was there, okay? There would have been some blood in the first class cabin. But I do like him though, because like Mark Wahlberg is a movie star. Like he is a big star. I'm an inventor. If I could apply this technology to my inventions, it could. Who knows what it could do? I think we just found a transformer. Yeah. You know what's weird, man, is that was at a time when everyone hated Shia LaBeouf. And so when that Transformer movie came out, people were like, oh, well, at least the lead is way better. No, it's not. Cade Yeager is one of the most unlikable protagonists ever in a movie. And I like Wahlberg. He's good, but like it wasn't his fault. It was the writing. Wahlberg posted his daily routine is where I found it too easy to make fun. Yes. I mean, as somebody who overshares on social media all the time, the one thing I do have to say though, I bet, like, I don't think that's a bit. Like, I bet he does wake up at 3 a.m. to work out. Like Mark Wahlberg, he's got to be in his 50s, right? He's 52 years old. That dude is ripped to shit at 52. Every Transformers after Revenge of the Fallen nostalgia. Every Transformers to me after the... Well, okay. The life of the Transformers movies is very interesting. I've talked about this openly. The first Transformers movie to me is one of my favorite movies ever. It is wildly stupid. The premise of the film is that Decepticons and Autobots discover a pair of glasses on eBay that have the coordinates to where the magic cube is. That's really stupid, right? But it's awesome because it's funny. And what it is, I don't know if this was on purpose. It's the greatest movie ever made by a 13-year-old boy. It is, hey, because if I was, and that movie came out when I was 12. You know what I wanted? I wanted to be in a cool car with alien robots. I was the hero with one of the most beautiful women ever driving shotgun. Like, in that way, it really plays out as a very fun fantasy fulfillment movie. It's perfect for what it is. Yeah, you're right, because Transformers was a cartoon, and that movie is one big cartoon. But it's simple enough. And there are, dude, I'm sorry. At the end of that movie, when Optimus Prime's like, Sam, you sacrificed your life to save the cube. And he goes, no sacrifice, no victory. I get chills. It's great. Revenge of the Fallen and everything after that is fucking mind-numbingly bad. It's like the problem with Michael Bay is that when you give him an inch and he proves you wrong to a certain extent, he takes many a mile. And so, yeah, I mean, I did really like Transformers Rise of the Beasts. And I don't know if that, I remember that day because that was the day when I almost called Torkelson a bust. We lost that series to Arizona and Foley blew a save and I was not in a good mood. And I went into the theater being like, okay, fucking Transformers again. I remember really liking it and thinking that it had a lot of life and a lot of fun to it. So, and I was on board with it. When it got to the end and everything, and Bumblebee was cool, and like, I guess technically it was probably more faithful to the source material. I mean, I like Transformers growing up, but I don't hold it as gospel. You know, I mean, it was a toy commercial. It was an effectively done toy commercial. It was a toy commercial with a lot of passion behind it, but. You know what's a role I liked Mark Wahlberg in? No BS was when he was on Pardon My Take. And he got to the end of the interview and he's talking to Dan and PFT and he goes, so are you guys like actual on-air personalities? And Dan's like, yeah, we are. And he goes, Jesus Christ. Great soundtrack though. Yeah. No, I mean, I really appreciate Rise of the Beast. It's silly. All the Transformers movies are silly, but like, I don't know, to me, like if you're gonna direct a movie, it's why I love the Finchers and the Nolans and the Tarantinos of the world. Like even Michael Bay, as obnoxious as his style is, I know when I'm watching a Michael Bay movie, for better or for worse. Favorite movie with The Rock. I think I really do like him in the Fast and Furious movies. Like, I'm not saying I love those movies, but I think that he's very well cast in those. There's not a lot that I like, dude, and I don't mind The Rock. I thought the first Jumanji was kind of fun. Okay, this, there's two movies now that you guys are going to say I'm crazy for, but I watched it drunk in college with my roommates. So throw that caveat out there. And I remember thinking the Baywatch movie he was in was kind of funny. And I know I am the only one who thinks that. And I don't know if it's just because it had two of the most beautiful women I've ever seen in Alexandra Daddario and Kelly Rohrbach. But I do remember it making me laugh. The other one that nobody saw, and I don't think anybody likes, that I dug, just as a simple, was and I hate it because it's directed by a sex pervert, was the Hercules movie that he was in. But looking at it now, what's the one, even though he has a small part, what's a role that he ate was in The Other Guys. Him and Sam Jackson that were hysterical. Nothing will ever beat that. Yeah, dude. Yeah. All three of those Linkin Park songs slap, dude. What I've Done, New Divide, and Iridescent, they're great. Do I think The Rock can actually deliver a solid performance in the new Safdie A24? I think he can. Because I know a lot of people get on guys like The Rock and Schwarzenegger for being very generic action stars, and they are. But the one thing that you say about The Rock, and you could say it's all image, and I'm sure it is, but like, he is a likable actor, and that is the first step. I think he's one of those actors who desperately needs a great director who can get control of the project as opposed to The Rock getting control of the project and tell him, okay, do this, don't do this. We're making a movie here. We're not making a product to sell you, which is often what some of his movies are. So I do think he can give a good performance, because I think like Stallone is a prime example of that, where Stallone has a bunch of movies where he's just being Stallone and they kind of suck, like Cliffhanger or Stopper My Mom Will Shoot. But every so often you get a Rocky or a First Creed or a Copland where he's actually like given really good material from a really good director and he knocks it out of the park. Should have won the Oscar for Creed. I remember talking to Brandon Walker about that. He should have won the fucking Oscar for that shit. That's how with Eternal Sun. Yeah. Jim Carrey, I think, is a prime example where Jim Carrey, Robin Williams was like this too. They're amazing talents, but they're like, I think often what people put in a blender is pretty tasty. But if you put something in a blender and don't put the fucking lid on the blender, it's a mess. And very often they would just let Robin Williams and Jim Carrey go. Just do your shtick. Be, loud and obnoxious and do your silliness. But when they would have a director like Michel Gondry, or in the case of Robin Williams, whether it's, Good Will Hunting or one of those other ones, you had the ability to get great, not just comedic performances, but tremendous dramatic performances out of them as well. Oh, no, he's always great. Creed was the one where, like, he made me cry so many times in Creed, dude. I should rewatch the movie because I loved Creed 3. I remember. Man, I mean, it is what it is. I don't know what he's going to say, right? Which I guess is kind of the point of it, right? And I'll let him speak for himself, but based on, this is a theory. I'm not going to say it's gospel. This is a theory solely based on what he's tweeted. It appears that what I said was essentially an unforgivable thing. So we can talk about it, and we will. And maybe I'm off with that. We'll see. I'll get, it's his space. So, I mean, he's going to open it, obviously, which, duh. Best game you ever went to today? No, it's not the best game I ever went to. I mean, I don't even know if it's the best Tiger game. It's the craziest. I saw that clip. Yeah. It's Robin Williams, I feel like, God, if comic book movies started taking themselves seriously earlier, I feel like he could have been a great Riddler or a great Hugo Strange. Because he has the ability, if you've seen something like stuff like 1 Hour Photo or something, he has that ability to have like that piercing stare and be like scary. And yeah. Now it's ironic somebody brought up Jim Carrey. Obviously, Jim Carrey played the Riddler in Batman Forever, but no, it's not a bit. It's not a bit, man. I don't really do like fake phony bits. I'm not that good of an actor to be able to do them, really. Best movie of 2014, but you can't say Whiplash. Okay, let me think. That was a good year. Man, I don't know if it's the best, but it was on TV yesterday. I even found myself watching a little bit at night. Man, I love Captain America, the Winter Soldier. I think that movie kicks so much ass. I think it is, outside of maybe the last 2 Avengers movies, it might be my favorite MCU film. I just think it's so fucking tight. And when I say tight, I don't mean like, oh, it's tight, which it is, but like narratively, it's tight. It's a great, great thriller. Have I seen Birdman? Yeah, I talked about it earlier. That's one of those Best Picture winners I wasn't crazy about. And Alejandro Inarritu, I think is how you pronounce his name. Wonderful director visually. I found that movie to be really pretentious, and kind of pointless. And I also just think the way it kind of sucked its own dick about like, oh, it's reconstructing like what it means to be a movie star and acting. Like, we get it. Okay, it's a movie about being an actor. Like, I understand. I knew Whiplash wasn't going to win Best Picture that year, but of the movies that were nominated, I would have preferred Boyhood. Look, at 9:40, I'm going to stay on here, and I'll have my phone with me, so you guys can get caught up as on all this. I mean, I'm not going to, I explained it earlier. I've been on here for almost 3 hours, so it's like I'm not going to spend my time totally recapping it. And ultimately, like, kind of doesn't matter because I feel like his side is going to be different than my side. My side's going to be different than his side. So it is what it is. Yeah, problem. The Castellani army's lost some good men. I feel like over the last few years. Thoughts on Brie Larson? You know what's weird is Brie Larson was so polarizing for so long. And now it's like she's just kind of whatever. I think Brie Larson, when given the right role, can be a tremendous actress. She's an Academy Award winner, dude. She was great in 21 Jump Street. I think the big problem outside of just weird shit that two things. One, she's not a movie star. And what I mean by that is like she says a lot of weird things in media. She's being political is fine, but she's just, I don't know, she's just a little bit awkward. Which is, so am I. I'm just saying from a film star perspective, it's not great optics. And I don't know if it's necessarily her fault. I think she's miscast as Captain Marvel. I don't think that was good casting for that role, which is weird because every person in the Infinity Saga is perfectly cast. I didn't buy her in that role. The best I thought she ever was in Endgame, and she's barely in that fucking movie. Did I go to college with Broom? I believe that we did attend CMU at the same time, but we never crossed paths. If I'm not going to say insane behavior, because if there's anybody who has earned zero right to speak on insane behavior at Barstool, it's this guy. All I can say is I found that content very, very funny. That's all I'm going to say. I like Rigo. I wasn't even like a, oh man, point live. I found it funny. Is there any way the Tigers don't strike out at least 10 times with Skeens? Here's what's so maddening about our offense, Diller, is we have the kind of offense that you would like. That's the game where you'd expect we'd have 14 strikeouts, but like Kikuchi today, we murdered every pitcher they threw out there. So like I could see us like actually scraping. I don't know. Skeens has the greatest stuff I've ever seen. So like it's hard for me to believe in us against him, but it's too bad we couldn't get Scooble versus Skeens. That would have been a really cool matchup. But Jared Jones versus Scooby is good too. I appreciate the sentiment, Chris, but I think in a lot of people's eyes, I have hurt people. I think the difference is I don't intend to hurt people, but I do. Because I'm very impulsive. I make a lot of decisions. I look back and I'm like, what the fuck was that? But it's the hardest part about all this. Like, if you hate my takes on sports, fine. If you hate the Tigers takes for videos, if you find me obnoxious, that's fine. It's acquired taste. It is what it is. I'm not saying what I do is high art. Okay. I make silly videos to try to entertain people. But at the same time, having the toughest part is having my character questioned as much as it's been, and having the number of people that I respect lose respect for me. I'm going to listen first, because I think that's healthy. And then, like for instance, Aaron Johnson, the Tigers content creator, was at the ballpark yesterday. She asked for a picture. I never said no to a picture, and she posted it, and it was great. And you go back and read the comments, what people are saying. It's you can step out of that social media echo chamber, but when it's stuff. What you learn is that like you can put up that, I mean, mask might not be right, but you can put up the caveat of being like, hey, went through a hard time, did this, did that. In general, nobody really cares. You can't expect people to feel sorry for you or empathize with what you've gone through. Did they? I knew that they had lost the first two. Cincinnati's a team that's been wildly disappointing. People have thought that I don't like doing that, Plums, because honestly, and I've noticed this on these streams, I've noticed this in person, when the meaner I am to people, the worse I feel. Like there's certain people, And I respect these people, honestly, who can like shit talk and they can clap back and then come away from it and be like, I'm good. I'm just not wired like that. I try to, but every time I like shit talk, like I remember when I wrote the Bracket Busters blog, after it was posted, I'm like, this is dumb. This is mean. You don't feel any better. It's one of those things as I was writing it, I'm like, I bet I'm going to feel better. I didn't feel better. Some people completely heal well. Like, well, yeah, I mean, I think at Barstool, I think Kirk is like the number one example of that. Because I'm going to be honest, and I haven't talked to him in a long time. Kirk is such a good performer that I still don't know what stuff he says is like genuine and what stuff isn't. Like, and I mean that as a compliment, obviously. Like, it makes for entertaining, engaging content. But as somebody who's not as smart as your average bear, it's kind of hard to like dissect it sometimes because I'm like, what part of that was meant and what part of it wasn't. But like the dozen last year, like when he came out and like everyone was booing and screaming at him and he was just like screaming back saying, you fucking pussies, like that's him doing his job. Like if you're going to question the talent, watch that clip. The fact that he has the ability to get people worked up like that is a talent. Yeah, if this is the case, I have no part in this. As far as I'm concerned, I'm heading into a hail of gunfire. What movie have I rewatched the most? It's such an obvious choice, guys. But it is The Dark Knight. I mean, it's such a rewatchable film. I think the original Star Wars movies, believe it or not, man, the Star Wars prequels I've seen a bunch of times. I honestly, the Star Wars prequels are up there with any because I go back to childhood with those. And the thing about the prequels is like they look so pretty that if you have them on in the background and you can just ignore the shitty dialogue, they're pretty good. That's probably the lamest compliment you can give a movie. Is he putting up numbers? That game too was an all-time Luka performance. That was an unbelievable shot. Yeah, I don't know. No one's going to feel sorry. I don't expect anyone to. But since we're live, I just want to let you guys know I don't like this at all. I don't like this at all. This is, and brought it on myself, sure. But what has happened, forget just this, what has happened in terms of the drama side of things over the last year in my life, which again, much of it self-inflicted. I just have always just kind of wanted to talk about my sports, and that's not what is going on here. So. And I don't know. I would prefer that he just keeps it between me and him without, because the Barstool stuff's in the past. I left Barstool 2 months ago. They don't need any of that shit brought up. Like, it doesn't seem like it. Thoughts Anonymous? I feel like I'm about to have one. I feel like I need one. If I wasn't an addict, I would. I hate the whole, I replaced it with another thing, but like I have replaced alcohol. Well, I mean, you don't replace alcoholism, but like I am obsessed with being online. I think these live streams are probably a reflection of that. And I could give out any number of reasons, but really who cares? Like, it's, at the end of the day, it's weird. Is Greg Maddux the smartest pitcher of all time? Smart, yeah. It's up there. It's up there. I feel like you kind of have to say yes with just the way he controlled the zone, and he always knew how many pitches he'd thrown, and he always knew with the hitters he was facing. Who's the dumbest pitcher of all time? Like a pitcher with good stuff, but like is Reese Olson an all-star? He should be. I don't know if he will. Who's the smartest hitter of all time? It'd be so easy for me to be like Tony Gwynn or something like that, but I want to think of a guy with power. I mean, Pujols is up there, legitimately. Miggy's up there. In terms of just knowing the zone and knowing the pitcher you're facing and knowing the situation. I mean, I'm one guy that I don't know if it's smartest hit. I think Jose Altuve is one of the most impressive hitters. Yeah, beat you to it. Ha, beat you to it, yeah. My name is not yeah. Yeah. And you know what sucks is like I always said this. I always think like Miggy just lost the ability, but the brain was always there. The brain was always there. Are you gonna start this fucking thing or what? Okay, yeah, there we go. Is he? No, he isn't. Says he's live.
I want to open with this. I'm going to get right into it. I take no pleasure in creating this content. Can you call it content? But enough people beside me are upset. And I do believe it's worth addressing. So, first of all, why am I doing this publicly? Well, first of all, the inciting statements were made publicly. So I feel like the ground rules were set at that point. The only difference is I'm not going to be passive-aggressive like the inciting statements. I'm just going to be honest and open and name names when I'm upset. That's the difference. But
can you guys hear it all right?
This issue public. It was made public before me. Secondly, I did address this issue privately. It was met with what I view as a ridiculous denial and overall, in general, flippancy in response to the issue, especially given the background. Thirdly, there's already been a long buildup of private conversations, even preceding this, regarding a lot of this same kind of stuff that further contextualize what I feel is the need to do this publicly. Not going to elaborate on that because those are private matters, but take my word for it, there's some context even beyond what I'm going to discuss. And lastly, the inciting statements involve a lot more people than just me. They involve a lot of my friends. And so I do feel yet another reason to find myself compelled to address it publicly. So, first of all, a little bit of self-imposed ground rules for myself. I'm only sharing two types of information. I think it's a scummy thing to out people's text messages that they sent, especially when it was in confidence as a friend. I wouldn't do that. There's two types of things I'm going to reveal. Things that I said or wrote, because, I mean, they're my words. I own them. I can use them or not use them. And things that Chris Castellani has said publicly. Not even paywall Patreon stuff that he has said publicly for free. I know he's deleted some stuff over the years. I think all of it is still up. Anything I'm claiming he said, I don't need you to take my word for it, because I'm going to play some of it for you. And if there's any denial from him or questions from anybody, let me know, because I have it all. There is no controversy about the veracity of what I'm saying, because it's all documented and it's all something that can be easily proven. But I'm not going to betray my principles of integrity and reveal stuff that was not meant to be public. But I feel
I don't understand that point of it either. It's just been Tiger stuff.
That was broadcast for the world to see and hear. So we all know what happened with Chris, with Barstool. I'm not going to rehash it. Doesn't matter. In the context of that and looking at his next steps and options and conversations, what he's going to do, there was somebody interested. I don't know, maybe still interested for all I know. I don't know. But earlier this month, about 3-4 weeks ago, there's somebody interested in kicking the tires on Chris and had reached out to me, yada, yada. So, and of course, I told Chris this as soon as I was given the green light from the person to do so. And I told Chris, I'm going to vouch for you, but I am going to be honest with the person too and just say, look, Chris is working through some stuff and you guys want to work that out amongst yourselves. But, Chris is a really talented guy and I think he deserves another shot. And I went to bat for him and told him that I went to bat for him. So he was well aware of that. And so after this initial discussion, Chris and I talk on the phone. So I guess I don't have proof of this, but I don't think he would deny this. We talked on the phone, and one of the things I said to him was, in so many words, you have to button up some of your shit, which, by the way, not the first time I've told him this. It's probably the 103rd. But in this context, you got to button up your shit, both in general, but on these live streams you're doing where you're saying all this wacky shit. I mean, you're better than you were, but you keep saying shit that's going to hurt you now. And if this is your better headspace, your improved headspace, that's not a great sign. Like, you got to just I'm not saying don't have mental health problems. Just don't broadcast them. That's call me, call your other friends, call your mom, call anybody, call your therapist, anybody. So that was a conversation we had, and Chris said very matter-of-factly, like, oh, like, of course, like, yeah, I don't think he would deny that. So we seem to have some kind of an understanding that, like, look, yes, both as your friend and, someone that is a fan.
This part of it is true, by the way.
But also as someone that just vouched for you and put my name on the line as, hey, like, I think Chris deserves another shot. Like, for my sake, so I don't look humiliated and stupid, can you, button it up for all our sakes here? Because, like, it's sort of a condition of me going to bat for you. And not just in this conversation, over the course of my entire time knowing him. I don't know if there's been a bigger advocate for Chris. I mean, the evidence is pretty myriad.
I'm going to keep that private. And I did on the streams, too.
I mean, literally, this conversation was on May 4th on the phone. The next, like, at night, late at night. The next day, after this whole understanding of not doing this kind of shit, because there's both of us, he does a live stream saying he's basically a sure bet to self-destruct again. It's just the same old shit that we had just talked about. So I'm going to play it so no one has to take my word for it. Hopefully the audio works.
I don't need to listen to this part. I fucking live this shit. No, because, I mean, I don't. That's not fair. I don't know if you guys are listening to me right now. I don't need to fucking hear it. I mean, he's got the spaces open. You guys can listen on the fucking.
But I'll read parts of it, and even parts of it are kind of long. This is verbatim an excerpt. I said, Chris, I would keep poking around for options outside the content space, like get a normal job and do Tiger videos. It sucks as a fan of yours, but from the friend perspective, your mental health is more important. I said, we just talked about not saying dumb or damaging things on live streams 2 days ago. One day later, you're saying to the world you're going to take another opportunity if given one.
He'll let me on.
You've now had 2 different unicorn opportunities people would kill for, and you spit on both of them. It is disrespectful to anyone who has ever had the dream, worked their ass off, and never got that phone call. People resent that. You remain blessed with the talent and opportunity to make that decision, whether or not you want to do content or not. Most people with the dream never have that privilege. Have some respect for those who never got the call. Call me anytime. For context, a lot of this was our conversation about his approval rating used to be a lot higher, basically almost 100%, and now, like, dealing with people not liking you, and I'm explaining to him why you're not as well received. That was for context. I wasn't just, like, piling on the kid. It was really a 2-part thing. One, dude, we just fucking talked about not doing the shit, then you did it the next day. Literally, like, the next live stream you did. We didn't make it through one. Our win streak was 0. And the second part was in the context of, like, hey, you got to come to grips with the fact that people don't want to hear this shit, and you're not like the little.
I didn't. I figured he'd let me on, but I mean, I'll request. He won't let me on until.
How do I know that? Because I've had these conversations with people, and I can read what people say publicly. So, for further context, a few days prior to this, it's all in the same time frame, but a few days prior, in response to something he said in this realm of conversation, I said, yeah, I'm always going to be kind of mad at you for fucking it up because you know how much I love that you got hired at Barstool and how fiercely I celebrated it. I'm mad at you for your sake. You didn't do anything to me. Still, there's a little bit of the Goodwill Hunting Ben Affleck speech at the construction yard. Then I quote it, you owed it to me and any content creator who never got that phone call not to fuck it up. That part is going to be really relevant in a second. So this is my message. My message was longer than that, but I'm not, like, concealing any. I didn't, like, call him an idiot or something. That was, like, about as harsh as it got. So I'm having a come to Jesus conversation with the guy, and get a kind of a half response to a quarter of what I said, but I'm not going to violate my pledge to not quote private text messages, so I'm not going to do that. But I'll just say it was a tepid response. I could tell he was irritated with me, correct. And then it just kind of was it.
Yeah, correct.
And then the next day after this, on his next live stream, Chris, and he'll dispute this, takes a shot at me, and really all other content creators that didn't get the call up to the big leagues like Chris did. I mean, this is the most clear response to my message. I there's just no way around it. I will never be convinced. And I'm going to weigh it out, and people can make up their own minds. But the fact that he's saying the day after I said all of what I just read to you, that this wasn't in response to me is laughable. So, I mean, you guys can listen. It's 55 seconds, so you can bear with it. This is Chris. I feel comfortable saying addressing me on his next live stream.
I've had people point this out to me where, like, there's people who don't have this level of respect for me because they feel like, they all wish that they had the opportunity that I was given, and like I fucked it up, and I wouldn't have fucked it up, and fuck him for doing that. Like he doesn't appreciate what he has. Like, you know what, man? I don't owe you anything. Sorry.
I don't take that back.
I'm sorry if you fail the media.
I take that back.
I don't know. I don't buy that. I think that's silly. People being like, you were given an opportunity that I wish, that most people never get. It's like, yeah, because I'm talented. I'm sorry. You want me to be subservient to you just because you never got a shot?
The funny thing about this ridiculous nonsense of some of the stupidest 55 seconds I've ever heard, especially given the source, I was alerted, and most of the time I listen to Chris's stuff, and there's actually some great, like, sidebar random conversations on his lives. Like, some people watch it for the car crash thing. Chris will have, like, a great 9-minute rant on a random baseball topic, so I actually am a regular listener. This was an exception where I didn't hear this on my own. It was sent to me by someone that found it ridiculous and appalling, a content creator. And this person didn't even know the context that he was addressing me. They were just mad about it in a vacuum. And like, what the fuck's this about? It's just kind of funny as an anecdote that they didn't even realize the context that, not even 24 hours earlier, I was saying all the stuff that he was quoting and mocking. So I addressed this with Chris. He insisted it wasn't about me. Let me address this on two levels. Really, one, of course it was. And second, like, I don't really even care, even if it wasn't, much like the person who had sent this to me to begin with and subsequent people who had seen it or heard it after, they're mad and think it's an offensive, stupid statement, regardless, and they have nothing to do with this. Because it's you're effectively saying, if you didn't get the call from Barstool or, presumably, ESPN or Fox News or Fox Sports or whatever, that you're untalented.
It's a wild stretch.
Kind of pissed off.
That's kind of a wild.
With a smug smile on his face. People were mad about this, even irrespective of me being involved or not. So, I mean, Chris could, well, he'll never convince me because it's obvious. Chris could convince somebody that it wasn't about me, but it doesn't really even matter. It's irrelevant. People are mad that have nothing to do with the target of what he said. But how do I know it was about me? I mean, really, the timing, for one, it was the next day after this conversation. It was the first live stream after that message. The language used throughout was close to, or in certain cases, was verbatim what I said. And it was, in some cases, on that 55-second recording, regurgitated in a mocking quote tone as if someone had said it. I mean, how much evidence do you need? What kind of coincidence would that be? That he's responding using the exact same terminology in a mocking tone on the first live stream after this discussion. I mean, this guy does a live stream every single night and has for 2 years? A year and a half? It just happened, this point happened to come up in the first live stream after I said the same exact shit verbatim that he's regurgitating? Chris, I don't know who you think I am. I'm trying to think of the dumbest person I know. And I'm trying to think if they would buy that. I'm insulted almost as
let me
much
on, dude?
by that you think I would believe that I am anything.
I requested to speak. But it's his space. I mean, no. He said he will give me it.
Again, reading from my own words, people would kill for the opportunity you were given. I promise people resent you for blowing the opportunity they never got. Chris, what say you?
They all wish that they had the opportunity that I was given, and like I fucked it up, and I wouldn't have fucked it up, and fuck him for doing that. Like he doesn't appreciate what he has.
Okay, it sounds pretty close, right? I said to Chris, hey, you owed it with the Goodwill Huntington. You owed it to me and any other content creator who never got that phone call not to fuck it up. What say you, Chris?
You know, man, I don't owe you anything.
I stand by that.
Like,
I don't.
I'm sorry if you failed in media.
That's not about me. I said to Chris, you were given an opportunity people would kill for. Most people never get that phone call. Here's Chris.
You played it.
You were given an opportunity, that most people never get. It's like, yeah, because I'm talented. Wait, I'm sorry. You want me to be subservient to you just because you never got a shot?
Okay, try to understand. That is a verbatim, word-for-word quote of what I said in the text message right before this. And it's repeated in a mocking tone, and this is not supposed to be me. That's just the evidence. I mean, you have to take my word for it on the text messages. I don't think Chris is going to call me out on something I can prove. I mean, it speaks for itself. That last one was word for word. The first two were almost word for word. So he's clearly talking about me, and it's like, look, I'm insulted by this on so many levels. I'm mostly insulted by the denial and the assumption that I would buy that wasn't about me. I could almost respect if he had a little bit of like, yeah, fuck you. I'd respect that more than this shit. I mean, there's a number of people whose trust I won't betray that are really mad about this stuff. A couple on my behalf, one of whom is joining us in a second, and a couple that just think it's ridiculous that to have this attitude. I mean, it's the guy's quoting me nearly verbatim in a mocking tone. People not getting the opportunity, people being mad you fucked it up, you owed it to them. Chris, you owe it to me and these content creators to not fuck it up. Oh, you're saying I fucked it up and I would have fucked it up. I don't owe you anything. I mean, come on. It speaks for itself. I shouldn't even need to make the argument. Just play the tape. It speaks for itself. And again, more importantly, me being the target doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. It's secondary. If it were just that, this would be handled privately. But to me, it's an attack on a lot of people that have been a cheerleader for this guy. Me especially, but it's a long list. This is a guy who I think has the worst track record in the content space for sharing other people's stuff. This is a guy who was at Barstool for 5 minutes and was tweeting out videos, long thank yous to mincing these people that he's met for 5 minutes, no acknowledgement of all the other people that were there for him. At least not by name. And look, I'm not even talking about me necessarily. I'm not going to bring anybody else into it. But Chris has a closer friend than I was. And this guy's not mentioned in any of these videos either. But these Barstool people that he's known for 5 minutes were number one. And by the way, these Barstool people who, after he leaves, don't respond to any of his farewells, to his I'm no longer at Barstool, not a single even generic kind of shit that you feel like you have to say. Hey, wish you well. Nice knowing you. Not a single person did that. All these people that were the best friends that kind of stood in for the old folks. And guess who was there to help him rally and support him? The same people that were there to begin with. And this is how he thanks them? If your view is, take me out of it. If your view is, oh yeah, fuck you, if you don't like that I blew the opportunity, to hell with you, sorry I'm talented. you're mad at me because you never got a shot. Like, what would it take to humble this individual? If the Barstool experience isn't humbling, it makes me not want to root for Chris, because look out if he ever gets any success again. Because he is at a low and is being condescending and thinks he's better than me. I'll tell you what, Chris, I've never fucked up like you have. I mean, oh my God. I don't know anybody that has. So I would watch what you say about other people, because you pissed a lot of people off. And I don't think Adam Baydoun is pissed off necessarily. But I know he thinks what you said was ridiculous. So I'm going to invite him on. Adam, first of all, am I crazy? I mean, he's talking about me, right? Can we get that established first, and then we can move on? Adam, of all people, being mic shy. What's up, man?
Hey, what's up? You cut off at the end while I was joining.
No. I just want to establish that, is it fair to say it's very clear that with the evidence presented, that was about me? Where he's
I feel that way. It seems pretty obvious. I do want to say, I think you were alluding to it before you cut off on my end, but I'm not 1% upset with Chris at all, actually. I've known Chris for a few years now, since being in the space. Always treated me well. He's never done anything like this to me, so I have no beef with Chris. But I do want to bring the outside third party, hey, this is what it looks like. And I know people don't like to hear this, but optics always matter in any space that we operate in, whether you're working in the legal space, medical, IT, tech, sports, content creating, whatever it is. I don't really care. One, optics matter, and this is really my bone to pick, is you have to have some level of respect for the game we play. And this applies to any field. Again, not just sports. Whether you're a nurse, whether you're a contractor, a lawyer, whatever it may be, there is a certain level of, I owe it to myself and those working in the space to handle myself and treat others a certain way and work a certain way. And when you're Chris, and I mean, gosh, he's so easy to root for. Everything he was doing prior to Barstool, getting the opportunity, was a love story. Who wasn't happy for the guy? The guy was unbelievable. And, what happened, again, not my business what happened there or why it didn't work. That's not really what this is about. But, hey.
In general, there's nothing he's saying that, I'm bothered by. I like Adam. I still do. I mean, I don't. I'm going to keep listening, but there's nothing.
Not just on the content side of it, but on the human side of it. Let's go out and reach out to people. Let's go establish some relationships. Let's not think negatively of ourselves. Let's put in so much work that even if someone is more talented than you, you're gonna beat them strictly because of how hard you work. There's certain basics that I'm very upset with, and look, my story is nothing like Chris. It's much more complicated, but without saying too much, again, from Chris's shoes, I would die. Fuck Barstool. I don't even care about Barstool. I would die to put out a piece of content right now. Literally chop off one of my arms. I can't do that. You have the luxury and the privilege of doing that. Show respect to the space that you're working in. Show respect to the people that work with you. Whether or not it's directly, indirectly, it doesn't matter. It's you owe it to everybody before you, and you owe it to everybody that's going to come after you. So there's this certain level of respect for what we do that is missing. And that's really what I have a problem with. And obviously that text message and the whole story, it's just man, you're too talented to keep getting in your own way. Let's just clean up the bullshit. Let's stop being disrespectful. And yeah, again, I'm not necessarily mad about
They'll let me talk.
Sorry, you're not talented thing. That went over my head. I really wasn't even upset about it. I was more so upset, again, in principle for people like Kennedy Broadwell, people like Jeff Iafredi, one of my good friends, people like Anthony Broom, anybody in the space that does content. It's come on, man. You don't throw that line out especially with your context and your history, when it's not that people would die to be in your shoes, but man, like you have a great head start right now. Like, let's humble up a bit, and that's kind of my perspective on the whole thing. That's why I'm really upset. I'm not upset with Chris at all. Like 0%. I have no ill feeling towards him. I'll probably call him after this, but I did miss his call earlier. But that's really the thing. It's the principle. It's the nature of the business. It's the nature of life. Respecting others, treating others a certain way. And that's where I'm at.
I mean, you basically said it, and that's where a couple of the replies are taking the whole ode thing in the literal sense that I think Chris did, even though it was explained to him. It's like nobody is saying that he actually he literally owes it. It's not.
He doesn't owe anybody anything. Yeah, no.
Then what are we fighting about?
It's almost metaphoric. It's a mindset. It's hey, I'm here. There's responsibility that comes with this, and I have the power to do good or bad, and I need to choose what I want to do with this opportunity. It's not the literal terms. I mean, Chris doesn't owe me or anybody a goddamn thing, for being frank here. But, again, it goes back to that mentality, the nature of any business. You have to have a certain level of respect for who came before you and who's going to come after you. There's always going to be people after, and you just, I don't know, a little humbleness would be nice.
I mean, in theory, and again, this was explained, and some of the people replying. I mean, Chris in the regional circle is still well liked, and that's fine. I understand that. It was very clearly explained at the very beginning why this is being handled publicly. It was the last straw, and he attacked me publicly. I have infinite more respect for people that are doing my kind of thing that, okay, if I'm going to call something out publicly, I'm not going to be passive aggressive. I didn't make this public. And by the way, these people lack the context of the years of time I've spent trying to help Chris and giving him advice. And it's just countless hours being a supportive friend, including the conversation that he was throwing in my face on this live stream. The context of that was helping him and giving him, advice on where I think he's at. I said, and I read the part of it, the quote, I said, your mental health is more important. It's what really matters. You got to get that dialed in first. Keep doing the Tiger stuff. Keep your toe in the pond. I was being a good friend in that conversation, and that conversation was used against me and quoted verbatim in an attack saying I'm not talented. First of all, I don't need Chris's praise or reassurance. So, I had a pretty popular show with Jeff Boss at the time. I believe it was the #1 show in Detroit, of the non-traditional new media. When Chris was, I think, 9. So I don't really need Chris's applause. It has nothing to do with that. It's about the public statement against me attacking something I said, trying to help the guy, and then denying it afterwards. I mean, it has nothing people saying, oh, what do you mean about the ode thing? I don't care if you disagree with me on that. You can disagree with my thought on, respect the game. The same way I feel like a baseball player, you owe it to the guys before you that, established the league. I think Michigan State basketball players owe it to the guys that came before them that play hard and rebound. They set the foundation. Don't thumb your nose at it. Have some respect for it. It doesn't mean they literally owe Kalen Lucas a check, or they should write Kalen Lucas and Draymond Green a letter after the game and say, hey, did you like how hard I tried? It's not a literal It's kind of a spiritual, respect the game mentality. And if you disagree with that, that's fine. That's not even really relevant whether you disagree with it or not. The point is, the public call out is ridiculous, and it pissed off so many people that didn't even know that it was about me. So you're kind of working on 2 levels here. Do you have anything else? And you can stay on, Adam. I want you to stay on. But I want to give Chris a chance to respond, because I think it's only fair. I mean, I wasn't given that chance. I was just messaged the attack on me. But I do think it's the right thing to do to let him respond to this. But do you have anything before we bring him on?
Guys, I don't think so. I mean, we covered, I would say, the basics and the majority of the issue. Again, Chris doesn't know anybody an apology. He doesn't know anybody to thank you or anything at the moment. It's not a literal sense. It's the, hey, again, this is so important for anything you do in life. And I hope people take this really seriously. If you're going to pursue any career, you not only have to give it your all,
Watch.
and obviously talent helps along the way, but you got to show a certain level of humbleness where you got to work, even if you're the CEO, you got to work like the janitor in a sense. Like, you have to have that mindset to have a long, successful career and really a happy life. It's just so much better walking around just being loved and showing love back to people instead of, kind of this, which I don't agree with, this kind of self-pity, self-destructing thing. Like, no, I don't think he's going to self-destruct, not in the literal sense, but like, he shouldn't have that attitude. And if he was asking me for advice, like, I'd be coaching him up on that every day. Like, change the mindset, treat yourself, say things much nicer to yourself. Like, you owe it to yourself. And, I know Chris's dark battles. I think most people do, just because of the publicity of, his recent 2 years. So that Chris's story is kind of amazing with, what he's been able to do, quitting drinking. Like, he's shown the mental fortitude to get over certain things. I just wish, again, for him, not for me or anybody else, I don't give a fuck about myself or anybody, for his sake, just like apply that same mental strength to speaking to yourself better, holding yourself more accountable, learning from previous mistakes. We all make them, and kind of like putting your best foot forward, and hopefully you have this like amazing second run in your very young career. He's only 28, so like, not going anywhere. So,
all right, Chris, are you ready to admit that was about me, or was it a coincidence that your very first live stream on your 307th and 309 days after this conversation, you in one instance quoted me verbatim in a mocking quoting tone? Are you arguing that's a coincidence, or are you going to admit that
it was about multiple people, including you? Yes.
Okay, so I mean, at what point, what difference does it make, right? I mean, if there's me and other people, it doesn't really matter.
Well, I mean, generally speaking, I was referring to hacks, but I mean, I let you go there. Are you going to give me an opportunity to state my piece here? Okay, good. Thank you. I appreciate it. Look, first of all, you let off with a lie, which is you wish you didn't have to make content like this. That is the biggest crock of fucking bullshit. There is not a person in media who is more obsessed with conflict and scandal and confrontation than you are. Okay, so like, that's fine. That's fine. That's a part of your brand. That works. That's why people watch your show. That's okay. But whether it's fucking Woodward Sports or Donovan Edwards making the cover of NCAA football, you can't help but rip off 18 tweets in a fucking row about it. Okay, so that's bullshit. This whole I'm taking the moral high ground because and I wish I didn't have to do this. No, you want to do this because I said something that pissed you off. That's fine. That's fine. I pissed you off. I said something that was cunty. Now, there's a few other points that really bother me here. This whole Castellani didn't acknowledge me, and he didn't acknowledge his friends when he was getting help. He always thanked the people at Barstool. Yeah, you know what, Justin? Those people were actually really nice to me. I appreciated it. I got an opportunity that I couldn't believe. They were really nice. Some of those people still are nice to me. They didn't outwardly, publicly say, hey, even though this guy got fired, I just want to let you know he's a good guy. Some people reached out to me privately. Now, the assumption that you're making of the other person who I'm not thanking in this particular instance is Anthony Broome. I'm looking actually at a picture right now of me, you, and him at your tailgate in the Michigan State game in October 2022. You were basically implying that I didn't give him the props that he deserved. Well, let me tell you something. I actually stayed at Anthony's house the day that I went to fucking rehab. I felt so ashamed of it, so bad about it, that I had to be basically his halfway house, that I wrote him a letter from rehab thanking him for doing that and apologizing for the fact that I wasn't there for him during COVID when his father was passing away from cancer and we weren't allowed to see each other. So to make any sort of insinuation that I'm not grateful for the people who have supported me, or some sort of insinuation that I'm not grateful for the people who've been there every step of the way, there isn't a fucking guy on the internet who has been more grateful to his audience over these last 7-8 years than me. Okay, straight up. You can find take after take after take, video after video after video, whether it's people running into me at the park who want to say hi. I make time for everyone, okay? Whether it's Kennedy here, Booner's here, Art's here, Adam's here, every one of them. I don't outwardly do it. I've reached out to them privately. I've talked to Kennedy. I talked to Jeff Iafrede. I've talked to Booner. I've talked to Speak. I talked to all those good friends that you have at Woodward Sports, and whether it's Woodward Sports, 97.1, wherever. Anthony Bellino recently lost his job. I had a conversation with him. So this idea that I'm not reaching out to people, or that I don't have a care for other people in this space is horseshit. It's horseshit, and it's a mischaracterization of me and my character. And you know better than that, as somebody who's known me for 7 years, and as somebody who's known what I've fucking been through. You know that I'm better than that. And this is, I am blown away. Look, you know, I'll be really honest with you, because we're getting honest. You're honest. I'll be honest. Me with the failed in media comments, that was shitty. And I apologize to that for you. I've apologized for it on this stream. I apologize for it on the stream that I did a week ago, and I apologize for it on the stream that I did tonight. You know, that's something that an insecure person does. And one of my biggest issues that I run into, Justin, is that I'm a pretty fucking insecure person. Okay, I'm really unhappy with a lot of things that have happened to me over the last year and a half. In large part, honestly, because I fucked it up for myself. Okay, and I'm never gonna have that time back. I'm never gonna have those opportunities back. Okay, I nearly drank and purged myself to death, got out of fucking rehab, and then proceeded to burn a whole lot of bridges. And I spent a lot of nights, sleepless nights, thinking about that. Okay, and it bothers me. It really bothers me. It makes me question whether or not I want to continue in media at all. The stuff that keeps me going is when I have the opportunity to go to the park, to run into people, to shake hands with people, knowing that there's still people on my side. And the fact that a guy who I have known for 7 years, who is a friend, and you are still a friend, despite that I'm yelling at you, despite the fact that you unfollowed me on Twitter for this, Justin, I will remain your friend, okay? Even if it fucking bothers you. And no, and I stand by what I said. I don't think I owe anything to anybody, okay? You don't either. Adam doesn't either. Natalie's in the space. She doesn't. Kennedy doesn't. Nobody here does. What you owe it to yourself and the people that you provide for to have the best life possible, okay? Now, I'm in a situation where I'm single, right? I live at home. I don't have a whole lot of people I support. You know, I don't have the responsibilities that you take on with your family and your children. So to me, yes, in my story, I am the main character. I have the ability to be a fucking narcissistic prick. Jesus Christ. I mean, like, of all the things, the fact that you are going public with this after a 7-year friendship is wild. I apologize, Justin. I apologize to you. I apologize to Adam or anyone in this space who was bothered by those comments. I apologize for saying them. And that's a prime example of a guy who's got a lot of work to do on himself. But you let off in this space by saying that what matters the most to you and what should matter the most to me is my mental health. The fact that you're going on here and making this a public thing, when I offered multiple times, let's talk about it on the phone, I called you and you hung up on me. Is this true or not? You can unmute your mic. Is that true or not?
I never hung up on you.
You didn't answer the, yes, you ran. Okay, fine. What? You didn't answer the call, Justin. You did not answer the call. You sent it straight to voicemail. I called Adam today, driving back home from the ballpark. It was a crazy ass game. I had to drop my friend off, and I'm driving back home, and I tried to call Adam, no answer. Okay? I tried to deal with this. You believe that this was a comment that was so unforgivable that it's essentially something that you needed to make public. You know what? That's your prerogative, man. I'm sorry that it came to this. And if you feel like if you feel like I've let you down, you know what, dude? I've let a lot of people down. Okay. Straight up. Like, you think this is fun? Do you think that I've enjoyed this? Like, this has been a fucking nightmare. And yet one of the people where I got mad at you, because this is the point you're leaving out, where I got mad at you is that you said verbatim, and I can find this quote, is you saying you're not a likable or sympathetic personality anymore. You know what, Justin? I don't care if that's true or not. That's not something that a fucking friend says to another friend. Okay, straight up. There's a lot of things you've done over the last 7 years, whether not to me, you've always been good to me, but to other people that kind of bother me. Okay, whether it's trying to interrupt people who are living their lives, doing their jobs, or any of the other shit that you tweet about or talk about, and I take it on. It's whatever. You know why? Because when you're a friend with somebody, you accept the fact that they're going to make mistakes. You accept the fact that they're going to fuck up, and you still have unconditional love for a person, because that's what fucking human beings do. And I'm getting self-righteous with it now because fuck it. That's it. I'm done. You are welcome to respond. Adam's welcome to respond. And I'll just say real quick, in general, everything Adam said, it's hard for me to really disagree with anything that he said, in the tone in which he made it. Yeah, I'm at a crossroads right now, and tonight's not going to help. But, I had to say my piece and you said your piece. You chose to make it public. That's fine. Now, the one thing you can say was about you, is about whoever. I never, ever on that stream or in any stream said your name or anybody else's. You chose to come in here on this space and say my name directly. Okay. So have at it. Do your bit.
Yeah. Okay. Well done. Good energy. Couple points. First thing you said is ridiculous for an obvious reason. You open your salvo there with a remark that I open mine with a lie, because that's my whole brand, is ripping on Donovan Edwards and ripping on this, ripping on that, ripping on the Woodward guys. Am I friends with Donovan Edwards, Chris?
No, first of all, I didn't say it was your whole brand. And no, that's not the point. The point, Justin, is that you have a tendency to be redundant as fuck, and it bothers a lot of people. And I get messages about it as well, but I just ignore it because it's not that big a deal.
Okay, well, first of all, I don't care about that because I did them publicly. It doesn't matter. The point is, your point doesn't make any sense, because the reason why I don't enjoy it is because you were one of my best friends. Donovan Edwards is not. The guys, Chad Johnson at Woodward Sports is not. So you saying, oh, that's a fucking lie. You love doing this kind of stuff. What context in my entire history has it ever come to this with a friend of mine where I'm publicly airing this out like this? Ever. That's just wrong. It's an obvious false equivalency to compare making fun of the Donovan Edwards video game cover to you quoting me on your stream and calling me out in a passive aggressive way. You seem to think that citing, not saying my name, is like some great positive. I think it's cowardly. That's just, we're coming at it from a different angle. If you have such a problem, say it to me directly.
Okay, well, no, I'll tell you why I can't. Justin. I'll tell you why I can't. Because you really, and I'm saying, I'm actually trying to help you with this. You might take it as an insult, but not. You really struggle a lot with taking criticism from people. Yeah, and I'm not going to say specific things that you've said in messages, but there will be instances. For instance, like I'll be in a recovery meeting. You'll send me a text I won't respond to, and you'll send me a text 20 minutes later saying, "Hey, why don't you respond to my text anymore?" Or I won't do your show for a month, and you'll say you're boycotting my show. Or you'll post a photo of me with the Woodward guys implying that I'm going to work there. Those are things that probably misrepresent my character or in some instances my professional situation. Do you get that? You are a difficult person. And then when I respond, you have a tendency similar to me. We're very alike, Justin. We are very alike. Similar to me, to kind of go into your shell and do the whole woe is me thing. Do you think that I'm wrong with that?
A little bit misstated. For one, most of what you're citing there is me fucking around and messing around with you. Sending the Z's or whatever. If you think I'm actually curled up in a ball because you didn't respond in 20 minutes, I'm just fucking with you. I do that with a lot of people. It's tough because I disagree with the upstream premise of what you're saying. But before, I don't want to move on from that first point yet. I want you to acknowledge the distinction between me not wanting to do this with someone I was really close with and making fun of the video game cover that EA Sports released. Do you understand why that's a little bit of a insane?
So you are not getting any joy out of this space and the pageantry that comes with it.
No, but
I don't believe that at all.
Do I believe in the importance of addressing this in the same way it was addressed? To me, yeah. So enjoyment, no. Do I think it has purpose? Yes.
All right.
You think I'm having fun? I'm not having fun.
Then why do it, Justin? You don't have to. This should be a fun thing. We get to talk about sports. Why do it?
You've been here. You were here the entire time, correct?
Yeah, no, I know. I heard you, but
I gave 4 reasons why.
But you act like you carry this burden. You don't have to do this, man. Same the same way that I don't have to do the shit that I do. I choose to do it, and I throw myself into the fire, but you don't have to.
No, I agree. I don't have to do it. I never made the case. I never said the statement I have to do anything. I feel it is important to address this head on because I think what you said is ridiculous. I think the fact that you said it in a public setting, whether I was named or not, you're still airing something out and addressing me and attacking me personally citing a conversation and quoting a conversation that was about helping you. And the other thing I want to address, and I thought I already addressed this to you in a text message, but maybe I didn't. I thought I did, because you brought it up again, was you quoted, or paraphrased what I said about you're not a likable person anymore. I mean, scroll up on your phone, man. Like, the context of that conversation is demonstrable. It's right there. The entire context of that, and maybe this is a case of text messaging being bad and talking in person is better. I'm not insulting you there, and I think it's very clear. I even went back and looked at it when you brought it up the first time. To me, it's very obvious what the context is. The entire conversation is you wanting to get another chance. Like, I think this, maybe I'm mixing up conversations, but the overarching conversation was, shows like resonating and, am I going to get another shot? It was all like about you and your situation. And the context of me saying that was not insulting you or bombing you. It was giving you, like, it's like a campaign manager for, somebody running for office. It's just like, here's what the point is. Like, you're not sympathetic in this. That's what that was. That wasn't me being like, fuck you, you're not a likable guy. That was me being like, you're not sympathetic in the same way. You used to be. Like, everybody was rooting for you. Now there's sort of an undercurrent. I was trying to explain to you, give you an honest assessment of the landscape, not insult you. And I already clarified that, I think, but I will gladly say again that that's not what I meant. I think it's obvious it's not what I meant, and I had already clarified that. So, I mean, I don't know why you're bringing that up again if that's already been addressed.
Because
I would, with your permission, post the entire, like the first couple messages before, during, and after that exchange. To me, it speaks for itself. I'm not insulting you there.
But it came across that way from my standpoint. And intent obviously matters. And if that's not what you meant, okay. Like, friends can have disagreements about things. I mean, it's very rare that they are broadcast on Twitter Spaces, but that's fine. In general, the whole thing, and this is just
live streams, on Twitter live streams.
Fine, fair, right? Yeah. Well, I'm fucking weird, and so are you. That's the way. That's what we do this. But in general, you bring up the whole, like, it's more like a campaign manager. Well, there's some instances, and I know you're trying to help me. There's some instances where I don't need you to be a campaign manager. I need you to be my friend. Okay. And ultimately, like, there have been some instances, right, where, like, I got a lot of shit from people, like, for associating when I didn't give a fuck. And I've told people I don't give a fuck. He's my friend a million times. That Twitter Spaces that we did from after the Francis thing, like, was a large reason why I ended up getting let go. And I don't care. I was ready to go. You're my friend. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to stand by you. But, like, I'm just, I don't know. It's clear that there's some disagreements. I'm fired up about it.
You're attributing doing the Spaces with me as to why you got let go? You think that has anything to do with it?
We can talk off the air, but it was mentioned in my...
It was mentioned, or it was a huge reason? Because you said huge reason.
Okay, yes, all right. Hyperbole.
I'm shocked that it's even 1%. I think that's another example of passing the buck. Now it's my fault you got let go? Like,
no, of course not.
Well, that's a soft passing of the buck. That's what it sounded like to me. I don't know. I'll pull the tape back up later. Maybe I'm nuts. I mean, it sounds like you're passing the buck again. I have nothing to do with your situation. I was your biggest supporter, defender, and advocate. By the way, I got a ton of shit for that, too, for defending you. So you paint this whole, like, you're such a good friend for, doing my show because people tell you not to. People tell you not to do my show because they did a show about a trial from 3 years ago that no one's even watched, that they're criticizing. That's why people are talking to you for the most part, and people discourage other guests from coming. It's insane. It's weak. It's lazy. I got shit that you were doing in real time. People giving me a hard time for not doing a show with you necessarily, but even being friends with you. I got a DM a minute ago saying, "Cook his ass. This guy sucks." I mean, you're not doing me any favors, man. Like, I push back on this whole, I've done your show. It's like, yeah, so is Kenneth Walker and half the Michigan State basketball team and a third of the football team. Like, thanks, but I'm no charity case from you, pal. Like, I don't need you to do my show. I enjoy having you. You're probably, maybe it's because I love the Tigers. You and Tony are probably the two best guests we have, which is probably why you're the two most frequent guests we have. I love having you, but I don't need you to come. So, like, to bring that up as like some favor to me is just bizarre.
I mean, you in the instances in which I haven't been able to do it, you've been pretty upset.
the one time that happened is another thing. I will never release anything.
You see, I'm not even referring to that time.
Well, okay, I'd love to hear another example.
No, it was the time when I was taking a sabbatical from social media, and you said that I was boycotting your show.
Do you know how many people in this town have messages where I'm frowning, sending them frowning emojis that they're boycotting my show? I'm fucking with you when I say that. I'm not actually. I'm not mad when I said that to Ryan Field for like 3 years. I mean, I'm just fucking with people when I say that. I don't think anybody's boycotting my show. It's ridiculous. But, you know, maybe that's a sarcasm doesn't come through online thing. There was one time ever, and you know what I'm talking about, when I was mad at you, and you admitted it. I mean, that was all in writing. What happened there? I love the text because then no one can lie. Like, it's all there. And you said you were going to do it, and then said, oh, I'm fucking busy or whatever. You know, if you got to rehash that whole thing, it's already been addressed. But that's the only time I've been mad at you. If you're taking me, like, sending, like, joking, you're boycotting me, why do you hate me now stuff, I mean, it's like, it's just me fucking around.
Okay. All right. I mean, fine. That's good. All right, cool. I'll keep that in mind in the future.
Anything else that I said that you have an issue with? Or that you dispute? Or, I mean, because, I mean, the crux of this is, you know, I mean, you've admitted, which I'm not going to pile on because I respect that you came clean on it. I respect it a lot more than had you stood your ground. But I mean, you did say that, you know, it wasn't talking about me, it had nothing to do with me or whatever you said, in, you know, text effectively. And, you know, has since admitted that you were. So, I mean, you were not honest about that in our exchange, which is, you know, fine. I'm not gonna pile on it. I respect that you have admitted that, but I'm just saying, do you understand? You came in swinging, which I'm good with. I'm down with that. I was ready for that. You did a great job. You're an A+ mic guy. We all understand that. But you came in swinging when the biggest issue I had, or you're way up there, was the denial that it was about me, and you admitted that it was. So it's kind of like you're yelling at me, but you kind of admitted that I had a right to be upset because you admitted you were talking about me, and in a conversation talking about me, use terms like failure or failed at, which is the same thing. I mean, it's to me, like, I don't understand if you can get there and admit that. I don't understand the vitriol. Like, those don't really seem to wed together all that well. They're not very compatible ideas. You're like admitting to the shitty thing, and then you're still defiant and angry for me addressing it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we're kind of going in circles now. Like, I just...
You have not addressed that point.
Which point?
Why were you so pissed coming in swinging when everything really at the core of what I said you admitted was true, that it wasn't at least in part about me?
Because I don't think it's as big of a deal as you've made it. That's why. I think, look, I said something that I shouldn't have said. Fair, right? And I feel like instances in the past, and I'm sure whether it's me or other people that you've dealt with, it could have been something that could have been dealt with away from the public sphere of social media. So that's what upset me. I just don't think it was as big a deal as you made it out. Like, it's worthy of an apology, obviously, but like, I don't know, man. Like, again, I feel like we're just going in circles now.
All right. Well, I mean, my pledge was to give you as much time as you wanted, so I just wanted to make sure there wasn't any.
Yeah. I mean, can I ask you a question then?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, what happens from here? Because, like, honestly, I have no plans, and I don't know of like getting in a Twitter beef with you or really anybody. Like, it's not, and I don't even mean this as a personal thing. Just in general, I don't really view it as that worthy of my time. So, like, is this just something that's going to continue? Like, are you going to hold this against me forever, or is this like, Like, where's your head at with this?
I'm not going to continue to bring it up because it's been addressed. That was one of the big reasons why, and I'm pretty sure I said this at the beginning, why I'm doing it this way, because I went private. And
Yeah.
Again, I'm going to respect confidentiality, but and then I'm happy to tell you privately off here all the reasons why. I think I already did. Why it was ridiculous, and I thought you're saying, oh, I reached out and apologized. You didn't reach out to me, first of all. I mean, you said that on your stream today. There were a number of reasons why this was necessitated, in my opinion. It was not the first step or the first reaction. So now that this has been done, and like I've addressed it in the same way it was thrown at me, I was blindsided by your thing, and again, people can disagree. I understand the perspective of people saying, oh, the name mentioned versus not name mentioned. We're on opposite ends of the polarity on whether or not that's good. I mean, if people want to operate in their lives where it's honorable to take something one of your best friends said, trying to help you in the context of advising you, whether you like the advice or not, and publicly mock them and insinuate their failures and all that. Like, if that's okay, but stepping up and saying, hey, I have a problem with what this person said, and, publicly, whether I was named or not, like, I have a fundamental disagreement. If that's people's opinion, that's fine. We just fundamentally disagree. I don't view that as an insult to me. I view that as an insult to the person who doesn't actually address this head on. And the only reason it's public is because it was addressed publicly. Had you said to me what you had said on that stream, like in a text message or on the phone, I'm not going to go on Twitter and make it a live thing. Even with this, I tried to address it privately, but I thought your responses were ridiculous. You're insinuating that if I did anything, you're going to mutually assured destruction me.
No, and I have no plans of that.
Well, what could you even do? What could you even do, Chris? Honestly, I'm self-employed. I'm my own boss in both the jobs I do. So, like, go ahead.
I'm not. I think you're taking that as a threat. I don't know. I don't even want to.
I'm just saying that's why it was so absurd to begin with. I don't know why, when I am addressing you directly and privately for what you said publicly, your response is like, okay, let's put the guns out, like nothing public. It's like, you should be straight, apologetic, and contrite. And there's other people. I've told people to talk to you, Chris. I don't know if anybody's reached out. That's their business. I don't really care. That's between you and them. I have told people that are whining to me about this, and I don't even mean whining it, because I think they're right. The people that are upset with you, I've told them to talk to you. I hope at least some of them or one of them, somebody has. I hope they have. And I will continue to do that because I think they should. However they want to handle it. But the fact of the matter is, a lot of people were pissed. And people say, "Oh, name names," or whatever. I get that. I feel the same way. Chris has been sent some of the documentation of that without the people's names.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's not up to me. I get it. I'm the king of like name names or shut up. But so I'm not even gonna like push back or get mad at people saying that. All I can say is it's not mine to say, but I have demonstrated that Chris has sent evidence.
Yeah, I mean, we could talk about it more later. I'm tired. I don't have anything else to add. I'm still live, aren't I? I totally forgot. It's over. He made some points. I made some points. That's honestly, guys, we're out of the space, and I don't want to like the after party. Like, this is it. This is done. Like, future will be the future. I'll talk to you guys later.